Chapter 1172. Longhu's breakthrough was very important, so all the teleportation portals to the Saint region were closed. The old bull could only pull the carriage into the Saint region. While he was at the periphery, Zi-Chun had already sensed an oppressive aura in this area. As he moved forward, Zi-Chun saw some Earth Prime cultivators loitering around. 200 miles to the east of the Wuji sect, there was a huge formation platform. Lu Peng had spent hundreds of years building this platform. It was specially designed for peak human prime cultivators to undergo their tribulations. This platform was called the Tribulation Platform. After the Tribulation Platform was built, at least 100 humans and beasts had successfully undergone their tribulations there. After 1,000 years, Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect popped up one after another. There were now more than 400 of them. To the Everlasting Sect, this was a golden age. In just 1,000 years, they had produced over 400 Earth origin experts. But to the Martial Heaven continent, this was a golden age. In just 1,000 years, the Earth origin experts of the various large powers had also appeared. Around the Tribulation Platform, Lu Peng had set up a total of 9,999 formations. This was a chain formation that was closely connected. Once it was activated, it would have a strong defense. At this moment, there were 100 Earth Prime cultivators guarding the Tribulation Platform. There were more than 100 Earth Prime cultivators hiding in the dark. Lu Peng was personally in charge of the formation. Zhang Haoqian, who had comprehended the law of killing, had hidden himself in advance. Wang Qiong led people to command one side, while Elder Gue guarded another. The barbaric dragon and flying tiger guarded one side. The devil ape and Su Mengyao guarded the other side. In addition to the four sides, there were also powerful Earth Prime cultivators guarding the other 8 sides. This formation was much more spectacular than the last time when Su Mengyao was undergoing her tribulation. However, no one was confident. The phenomenon caused by Longhu's tribulation had attracted many Earth Prime cultivators. Moreover, those major forces had already arrived. Although Su Mengyao had made a prediction in advance and said that this tribulation would be more frightening than dangerous, it was just a prediction. It didn't mean that there would be no danger. On the Tribulation Platform, Longhu had already released his aura, but the tribulation didn't appear. Suddenly, the sky darkened and black clouds began to surge. Wang Qiong glanced at the sky and transmitted his voice. Longhu is about to undergo his tribulation. Send out the order to kill anyone who tries to come within 300 li of this place. As soon as Wang Qiong finished speaking, all the Earth Prime experts in the Wuji sect moved out. At this moment, there was no Earth Prime expert left in the Wuji sect. The Everlasting Sect's Earth origin beasts began to clear the area. Anything that they could sense was chased away. Those who didn't cooperate were immediately killed. It seemed that they were too afraid of the Wuji sect. These Earth Prime cultivators said that they were here to watch Longhu's tribulation. Their attitude was very good. They immediately retreated and watched from hundreds of miles away. In less than 15 minutes, the Boundless Sect's Earth Prime had completely cleared the area. Suddenly, one of the burly men saw an ox cart coming, and he couldn't help but frown. He rushed forward and shouted at the same time, "This is a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without discussion." Old Ox glared at him with his pair of ox eyes. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Another burly man came forward and shouted. He flipped his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword emitted a terrifying aura. It was actually an earth weapon. Old Ox spat fire from his nose and said angrily, "Earth weapon, do you think I don't have one?" As he spoke, Old Ox was about to transform and pull off his horns to fight with the other party. A soft cough stopped Old Ox. The curtain was slowly pulled open, and a young man walked out of the carriage. The moment they saw the young man's appearance, the 2 Earth Prime cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They were both in disbelief. You are. The two stared at Zichen in front of them in shock. What's the situation now? Zichen glanced at the two and asked indifferently. It's the sect master. It's really the sect master. The two of them were clearly very agitated. However, very quickly, vigilance appeared on their faces. One of them turned to Zichen and coldly said, "You look very much like my sect leader, but we need proof." His words were forceful, and his attitude was firm. Zichen laughed at himself. "I haven't returned for 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I would need to verify my identity after returning." The two looked apologetic, but their faces were firm. Zichen pointed at the burly man with the earth weapon and said, "Your true form should be a Herculean tiger ape, and your master should be Longhu, right?" The burly man was surprised and immediately asked, "How did you know?" "If Longhu didn't appear in time, you probably wouldn't have the chance to break through to the Earth Prime level," Zichen said indifferently. The burly man's expression changed, and then he cupped his fists and bowed to Zichen, who greets the sect master. That year, Zichen and the spirit-devouring rats entered a small world and encountered a Herculean tiger ape. Just as Zichen was about to kill it, Longhu appeared and made it recognize him as its master. It was then that Zichen's army of beasts started to grow. The other man saw this and immediately bowed, his expression respectful and excited. "Sect master, did you come back because you knew that master broke through?" the burly man asked excitedly. Zichen was the backbone of the Wuji sect. Even if he was only at the peak of the human prime level, everyone still felt a sense of security when they saw him. Zichen nodded and asked, "What's the situation now?" "Master is still on the tribulation stage. Lord Wangqiong asked us to clear the stage. It should be that Master is about to undergo his tribulation. Everyone has made arrangements and is now waiting for Master to break through." "All right, Sect Master, you're back. Should we inform Lord Wangqiong?" the burly man said. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Since you've arranged everything, there's no need. I'll just wait and see. You can go." "Yes." The two Earth Prime cultivators left. Zichen stood at the edge of the carriage and looked into the sky. His eyes suddenly turned gold and silver. The princess's voice suddenly came from the carriage. This time, they're determined to deal with the Wuji sect. They're using all kinds of methods. The two-colored light in Zichen's eyes disappeared. A trace of gloominess appeared on his calm face. He snorted and returned to the carriage. "Let's go." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the old bull continued forward. However, the space around the old bull began to distort. Then the old bull and the carriage disappeared from everyone's sight. After clearing the stage, 2 days passed. Longhu's tribulation finally arrived. Black clouds instantly blocked the sky. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. The moment the sky turned dark, ripples appeared in the void in all directions. It was as if something was moving in the void. Suddenly, the pitch-black world suddenly brightened up. Silver light streaked across the sky, and countless lightning bolts rolled in the pitch-black clouds like lightning dragons. Rumble. Thunderous explosions sounded in the sky. This was the sign that Longhu was about to undergo his tribulation. On the tribulation stage, Longhu looked up at the sky. The power of the laws around him gathered towards him. This was a law that no one had ever seen before. It belonged to Longhu Supreme and was a special law of heaven and earth. At this moment, the special law was attached to him. Everyone in the Wuji sect was on guard the moment the thunder sounded. The 1,000-year agreement allowed the Wuji sect to usher in 1,000 years of peace. However, the first battle after 1,000 years was very likely to happen today. Once it happened, it would be the most terrifying battle since the Wuji sect was established. "Be careful. Be alert," Wangqiong calmly commanded. There were many strange things in the world. He didn't expect to clear the stage in 2 days to drive everyone away. The black clouds pressed down, and the pressure was suffocating. Fortunately, they weren't the target of the tribulation. Boom! The pitch-black world lit up again. Then there was a thunderous boom. A bolt of divine lightning broke through the clouds and struck toward the dragon and tiger below. The first bolt of divine lightning fell. It contained a mysterious power of laws. It was Longhu's first tribulation, the divine lightning of laws. Longhu threw his head back and roared. He leaped into the air, opened his mouth, and swallowed the bolt of lightning in one gulp. Hundreds of miles away, many Earth Prime cultivators stared at Longhu. The first bolt of divine lightning contained the power of laws. It was far beyond their expectations. Boom! Boom! As soon as Longhu swallowed the tribulation lightning, 2 more claps of thunder came from the sky. Then 2 more bolts of divine lightning appeared and fell. Longhu was bathed in lightning. His golden chi was drowned by the silver lightning. After the 3 bolts of divine lightning, Longhu was unscathed. The people in the distance were extremely shocked. At this moment, most of the Earth Prime cultivators were attracted by Longhu. They didn't notice that there were some other waves in the surging power of laws. Boom! Boom! The 4th and 5th bolt of divine lightning fell. Then 2 more bolts fell together, causing the people in the distance to exclaim. Longhu was still in the sky, motionless. He allowed the divine lightning to fall on him and ravage his body. At the same time, he was also absorbing the lightning to refine his strong body. There were 9 bolts of divine lightning. Now 5 had fallen. There were 4 left. Longhu's tribulation speed was unexpectedly fast. This made the people hiding in the dark change their expressions. They had no choice but to act in advance. This made the ripples in the void more obvious. Some Earth Prime cultivators already sensed it. They released their spiritual senses to investigate, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything. They thought it was an illusion. The dark sky was illuminated by the silver light on Longhu's body. The lightning tribulation in the sky fell again, but this time it wasn't 2 bolts. Instead, it was 3. The 3 bolts of lightning were like 3 thunder dragons. They intertwined with each other and released a powerful destructive force. They rushed toward Longhu below. Longhu still didn't activate the formation. He blocked it with his body. This time, the 3 bolts of lightning fell and knocked Longhu back. Blood splattered in the air. Longhu was injured. Of the 9 bolts of divine lightning, Longhu easily passed through 8. There was only 1 left. The first 8 bolts weren't strong at all. It was obvious that the last one would accumulate a lot of power. The 9th bolt of divine lightning didn't fall. This confirmed the people's guess. Just as the sky lit up and the 9th bolt of divine lightning was about to fall, the people hiding in the dark knew it was time to act. Chapter 1173. Zichen had been back for 2 days. During this time, he had been watching the Earth Prime cultivators coldly. The yin-yang I could see some special hidden beings. Zi-chan believed that the delusion breaker I could see them as well. The demonic ape must have noticed these people long ago, but it didn't chase them away. It must have a plan. Longhu's 9th thunderbolt was still brewing. These Earth Prime cultivators couldn't wait any longer and showed themselves. A colorful chariot appeared in the sky. Dozens of Earth Prime cultivators stood on the chariot. Their expressions were cold. The leaders all had earth spirit weapons in their hands. In another direction, a huge square carpet appeared in the sky. The carpet shone brightly and protected the dozens of Earth Prime cultivators. After 1,000 years, the Wuji sect had more than 400 cultivators break through to the Earth Prime level with the help of the Time Castle. As for the other forces, many of them broke through to the Earth Prime level with their own resources. This was a golden age for Earth Prime cultivators. More than 100 Earth Prime cultivators appeared from 4 directions. After they appeared, they attacked the place where Longhu was going through the tribulation. But before they could attack, a roar came from the sky. The Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect seemed to have sensed it. They attacked the place where the Wuji sect appeared in advance. The attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. These forces were hit hard, and many Earth Prime cultivators were injured. Poof! Zhang Haotian appeared from his hiding place. The stone sword in his hand flashed. His murderous intent filled the sky. As his body flashed, a head flew. An Earth Prime cultivator was killed instantly. Whoosh! In another direction, an assassin appeared from his hiding place. The sharp blade in his hand flashed. An Earth Prime cultivator of the Wuji sect was killed by the assassin. The assassins of the Kilji clan were nightmarish existences for many people. Boom! The demonic ape swung the black rod forward. The power of rules flashed on the black rod. Several Earth Prime cultivators were sent flying. 2 of them were seriously injured. The demonic ape's eyes flashed coldly. Holding the black rod tightly, he rushed forward again and attacked the 2 Earth Prime cultivators. Poof! Poof! In the blink of an eye, 2 Earth Prime stage martial artists died under the demonic ape's black rod. However, the demonic ape also had a few shallow wounds on its body. The roars of dragons and tigers resounded. Behind the barbaric dragon and the flying divine tiger, huge phantoms appeared. Although the 2 of them hadn't gone through their tribulations, their battle prowess was definitely enough to suppress and kill an Earth Prime. Elder Gui revealed his true form, and his might was naturally terrifying. His movements caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and his attacks were even more powerful. He brought many existences with him to block one direction. The battle broke out in an instant, and so did the casualties. Hundreds of Earth Origin stage warriors fought against each other. It was a magnificent scene. Both sides were at the Earth Origin stage, and none of them were weak. Therefore, the casualties were on both sides, and many of them were injured. But in comparison, the Boundless Sect's sudden attack had killed more Earth Origin realm masters than the other major powers. The princess stood side by side with Ziqin, looking at the chaotic battle below. She said, "They sent so many people at once. It seems that they hate the Boundless Sect to the core. Until now, there are still some people who haven't appeared. It seems that they are waiting for the last moment to make their move." Ziqin's expression turned cold. The battle intent that had been dormant for thousands of years was ignited once again. With a thought, his spiritual senses spread out. On the medicine refinery peak of the Boundless Sect, the Boundless Cauldron heard a familiar call. The cauldron spirit turned its head in surprise and looked in the direction of the call. It seemed to see Ziqin through the layers of void. The cauldron spirit nodded and merged with the Boundless Cauldron in a flash. Then, on the medicine refinery peak, the Boundless Cauldron began to tremble, and then rose from the ground. In the Boundless Sect, many cultivators didn't know what the Boundless Cauldron was going to do. After it broke through the void, it flew towards the battlefield in the distance. Boom! The Boundless Cauldron broke through the void and landed heavily on the battlefield, causing the earth to tremble. On the battlefield, the chaotic battle between Earth Yuan cultivators didn't stop at all because of the Boundless Cauldron's appearance. The slaughter continued. Only the leaders of the Boundless Sect were puzzled when they saw the Boundless Cauldron suddenly appear. They didn't know who had mobilized the Boundless Cauldron at this time. Clang! The Boundless Cauldron fell and made a loud noise. The lid of the cauldron separated from the mouth of the cauldron. Then, more than 10 flames shot out from the cauldron. The flames left the cauldron and turned into fire dragons that emitted scorching heat. They rushed towards all directions of the battlefield. When the fire dragons reached the battlefield, they swept up the corpses of the Earth Yuan cultivators on the ground and brought them back. Some of them were directly brought into the cauldron by the fire dragons, while some were left beside the cauldron. If one looked closely, they would find that the Earth Yuan cultivators brought into the cauldron were from the enemy forces, while the ones left on the ground were Earth Yuan cultivators of the Boundless Sect. There was no need to communicate with the Earth Fire. Many formations on the boundless cauldron were activated. Blazing flames spread out. From afar, the boundless cauldron looked like a huge burning furnace. Sometimes fire dragons would rush out from the furnace to sweep up the corpses and refine them into the cauldron. This scene shocked the Earth Yuan cultivators in the distance. Obviously, the Boundless Cauldron's appearance showed that the Boundless sect was going to refine the Earth Yuan cultivators right in front of them. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded in the sky. It was a severely injured Earth Yuan cultivator who was dragged into the cauldron by the fire dragons. He struggled to get out, but as soon as he got out of the cauldron, more than 10 fire dragons wrapped around him and pulled him in. Long Hu's 9th lightning bolt didn't fall for a long time. His injuries were recovering rapidly. He looked coldly at the battlefield, murderous intent brewing in his eyes. Once he successfully broke through, he would definitely start a massacre. Finally, a thunderous sound came from the pitch-black tribulation clouds. The 9th lightning bolt was about to fall. At this moment, everyone from the Boundless sect had joined the battle. No one was in the mood to watch Long Hu's tribulation. The 9th lightning bolt streaked across the sky and finally fell. Long Hu retracted his gaze. His body emitted a golden light, and his golden blood rushed into the sky. He focused on resisting the lightning tribulation. In other places in the sky, the Earth Yuan cultivators who saw this had a cold look in their eyes. They said almost at the same time, "Now." In order to prevent Long Hu's sovereign from breaking through, they had planned everything carefully. Naturally, they had taken into account the deaths of the Earth Yuan cultivators. Exchanging these ordinary Earth Yuan cultivators for Long Hu's sovereign's life was more worth it than a business deal. The 9th lightning bolt finally fell, but it wasn't just one. There were 9 of them. The appearance of 9 lightning bolts at the same time was completely out of everyone's expectations. The dazzling lightning lit up the sky, and the vast thunder might spread. Everyone in the battle subconsciously raised their heads to look at the 9 lightning bolts in the sky. The 9 lightning bolts in the sky were like 9 lightning dragons, exuding the terrifying power of laws. They intertwined with each other and carried terrifying energy as they wreaked havoc toward Long Hu. This kind of power made people's hearts palpitate and tremble. There was a momentary pause in the battle because of the appearance of the 9 lightning bolts. The expressions of the experts who were still in hiding changed immediately when they saw this scene. They were stunned, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. The Long Hu sovereign's combat strength is too strong, so it's hard for him to survive in this world. There's no need for us to do anything. This world will not tolerate him. Under such a frightening lightning tribulation, he will most likely die. Us interfering is like drawing legs on a snake. Haha, it does seem to be a little troublesome. The experts smiled bitterly when they saw the 9 lightning bolts. If they knew that Long Hu's sovereign was not tolerated by this world, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Now, many of them had died, and they hadn't done anything. However, now that they had interfered and the chaotic battle had begun, it was impossible for them to retreat. It wasn't that they didn't want to retreat, but that a sword steel had suddenly appeared in front of them without warning. What is this? A stone steel? Quite a lot. This is a sword steel, the sword steel of our sword sect. Why would the sword steel of the sword sect suddenly appear here? There were a total of 9 sword steels, and 9 of them had suddenly appeared in 9 different directions. The experts in the 9 directions were stunned when they saw the sword steels. They looked at the sword steels that had suddenly appeared in confusion. The sword steels were in the real world, while they were hidden in the illusory world. No one knew whether the appearance of the sword steels was a coincidence or not. The sword steel of the sword sect has long been lost. This isn't controlled by the sword sect. That's right. It's said that the sword steel was snatched away by the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back then. The Wuji sect was the original Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The sword steel has always been in Zi Chen's hands. There are a total of 9 of them. The appearance of the sword steel caused the expressions of the Earth Yuan experts to change. However, they still didn't know what it meant. As for Zichen, because he had disappeared for 1,000 years, the appearance of his name didn't shock them as much as they had imagined. Sword steel, that's the sword steel. It's the sword steel of sect leader Zichen. Looking at the sword steel that had suddenly appeared in the sky, many of the Wuji sect's Earth Yuan experts recognized it and shouted. However, there were a few who immediately changed their expressions when they saw the 9 sword steels in the sky. This was because they knew that Zichen only had 8 sword steels. One of them had been lost, but now there were 9 sword steels. Is it sect leader Zichen? Could it be that sect leader Zichen is back? It doesn't seem to be Zichen. The shouts turned into guesses. Everyone looked around, but they didn't see anything. Su Mingyao's expression suddenly became excited. She looked in one direction in disbelief. Under the delusion breaker eye, the demon ape's pupils also constricted. In the sky, 9 bolts of divine lightning fell together and bombarded Longhu. The rolling thunder drowned out all the sounds of battle. Endless lightning drowned Longhu, and at the same time it also drowned out Longhu's roar. Chapter 1174. Boom! Boom! 9 earth-shattering explosions resounded in the sky. The sound was no weaker than the raging thunder. The space was completely shattered by the 9 sword steels, and 9 huge black holes appeared. Everyone looked up at the 9 black holes. In the center of the black holes, there were many miserable figures. They were all from the major forces, and they were prepared to deal a fatal blow to Longhu. However, before they could attack, they were blasted out by the sword steels. These people were blasted out of the black holes by the sword steels. Violent energy raged around them, and many of them had their robes ripped apart. They looked miserable. After they appeared, they became flustered and exasperated. Just a moment ago, they recalled the name Zichen. Zichen had disappeared for 1,000 years, but now his sword steels appeared. Obviously, it meant that he had returned. By now, all the Earth Prime Stage experts who were hiding in the dark had appeared. The number of them shocked the Earth Prime Stage experts who were watching from afar. The Earth Prime Stage experts of the Wuji sect were extremely excited. Obviously, the appearance of the sword steels meant that sect leader Zichen had returned. After 1,000 years, Zichen's name had been forgotten by the outside world. However, as members of the Wuji sect, they would never forget him. It's him. It's really him. He's back. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was excited as she looked at the place where Zichen was hiding. The demon ape held the black rod in his hand tightly. He looked into the distance with his delusion breaker eyes and nodded. Zhang Haoyan appeared from his hiding place and took the life of an Earth Prime Stage expert. He didn't see Zichen and couldn't sense Zichen, but he knew that Zichen was back. Wang Shan, Wang Qiong, and the others looked at the 9 sword steels. They could sense Zichen's aura on them. Sister, it's Zichen. He's back. He's really back. In another direction, Wang Xian, Lin Shui, and Shang Guanyu were together. They were extremely excited when they saw the sword steels. Lu Peng, who was in charge of the formation, turned his head and glanced at Wang Qiong when he saw the sword steel blasting everyone out. Wang Qiong nodded heavily. When Lu Peng turned his head again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted at the last group that appeared, "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." With that said, LV Peng formed a seal with both hands and began to lay out the array. A large cluster of light spots appeared between his hands. As the final seal fell, the light spots separated and merged into the formation around the tribulation stage. The defensive formation that had been prepared to protect Longhu and assist him in his tribulation instantly turned into an offensive formation. Streaks of light appeared from the tribulation platform and scattered in all directions, leaving the area where Longhu was undergoing his tribulation and sealing off the area. Clang! Clang! Within the formation, a clanging sound rang out. Then a crazy killing intent surged out. A world-destroying aura spread out from the formation. After trapping the group of Earth Prime cultivators with the formation, L.V. Peng's voice rang out in Di Yuan's mind. The formation won't last long, and this quickly. As L.V. Peng finished speaking, rays of light lit up on Di Yuan's body. This was a protective light that was integrated with the formation. It ensured that they wouldn't be attacked once they entered the formation. They rushed into the formation and began to kill. At the same time, L.V. Peng flew into the air and scanned the formation coldly. Whenever there was a difficult opponent, he would use the formation to kill them first. An extremely powerful assassin had already killed 4 Earth Prime cultivators of the Wuji sect. His combat strength was very strong, and his concealment skills were even better. However, he was invisible in the formation. L.V. Peng stared at him, formed a seal, and pointed his finger. A destructive aura descended and landed on the hidden assassin. The assassin's body instantly shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The killing in the formation was extremely cruel. Earth Prime cultivators were dying every second. Zi Chen stood outside the formation and watched the scene indifferently. The Wuji sect currently had the upper hand, but Zi Chen knew that this situation wouldn't last long. He saw L.V. Peng and the others' expressions and guessed that this matter had exceeded their expectations. The miscalculation of the tribulation today wasn't because they didn't plan it well, but because Longhu's tribulation had deviated. If it was a normal tribulation with 9 bolts of lightning, Longhu would have been able to pass it quickly and then kill these people. However, there were already 17 bolts of lightning in the sky. This was completely unexpected. If this continued, the formation would soon be broken by the Earth Prime cultivators. Then, they would continue to interfere with Longhu's breakthrough from afar. If Zi Chen entered the formation, he would also be attacked by the formation. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Zi Chen decided to stay outside the formation. "Why aren't you helping?" The princess looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen turned his head to look at the princess and said, "Longhu is my brother. If something happens to him, I will use my life to seek justice for him." The princess sneered. "Is this a warning or a threat?" "Both." With that, Zi Chen looked at Old Ox. Zi Chen didn't say anything, but Old Ox understood Zi Chen's meaning. He roared at the sky, and a soul shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, one of his horns detached from his body and turned into a flaming saber in the air. His soul shadow rushed into the saber, and a powerful aura belonging to an earth spirit weapon was released from the saber. Zi Chen wasn't an Earth Prime cultivator, so he naturally didn't have an Earth Spirit weapon. However, with Old Ox here, he merged his soul into the weapon, and it became an Earth Spirit weapon. It was originally a defensive formation, but it was forcefully turned into an offensive formation. After a short while, L.V. Peng's face turned pale because of the exhaustion. Zi Chen appeared with the Earth Spirit weapon and flashed to the outside of the formation, saying, "Open an opening." L.V. Peng looked at Zi Chen and asked, "What are you doing?" "Killing, of course." With that, a powerful aura rose from Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many people. Moreover, they quickly found information about this person in the depths of their memories. Their expressions immediately changed. "Zi Chen, that's Zi Chen. He has already disappeared for 1,000 years. Since he appeared again, could he have broken through? Look, he's holding an earth spirit weapon in his hand. There's also the power of rules surging around him. He must have broken through. Oh my God, 1,000 years ago, Zi Chen was invincible among those of the same level. After 1,000 years, Zi Chen has become an Earth Prime cultivator. Doesn't that mean he's invincible among Earth Primes?" Seeing Zi Chen, all the Earth Primes lost their composure and became absent-minded. After that, they witnessed Zi Chen's massacre after 1,000 years of silence. LV Peng understood Zi Chen's meaning and didn't ask further. He immediately opened up a hole in the formation. At this moment, the massacre in the formation was very crazy. All the major Earth primes were attacking the formation. This place has been broken open. There's a hole in the formation. Let's rush out. Seeing the hole in the formation, all the Earth primes became excited. Their bodies flashed and they rushed out of the hole. The first Earth prime, Cultivator, had just rushed out of the formation. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, he felt a gust of scorching heat coming at him. Then he saw a streak of saber light rushing towards him like a waterfall. The Earth primes shouted and mobilized the power of rules around him to resist. Even if he was injured, he couldn't retreat. He had to rush out. Puff! The saber light flashed, and the power of rules around the Earth primes was instantly cut open. The Earth prime's body was split into two, and his soul consciousness was also destroyed. The first Earth primes died. Then the second one rushed out. Zi Chen held the flaming saber in his hand and infused the mysterious power of rules into the saber. He could clearly feel the old bull in the saber trembling. The trembling contained the excitement of killing, but also a trace of fear. Puff! Zi Chen held the saber and slashed again. The saber light flashed, and the second Earth prime's rules were broken. His head separated from his body. The headless corpse spurted blood and fell to the ground. The head that flew high immediately exploded. Then the Earth spirit weapon in the opponent's hand also exploded automatically. The soul was extinguished. The second person died. Then the third person and the fourth person rushed out. Zi Chen stood outside the gap, waving his saber and slashing. His movements were casual and natural. As the Earth primes fell one by one, Zi Chen had an illusion that he was on the battlefield between the Qin and Tang Empire again. He was riding on the back of the old bull again, and then he slashed the enemy's head again and again. One head after another left the body. The only difference was that the old bull became an Earth spirit weapon. Zi Chen had power, and he was no longer killing ordinary people, but the powerful Earth primes. The venue was different, and the power was different, but the effect was the same. It was to chop off a head. Looking at Zi Chen, who was killing Earth primes like cutting melons and grass, the Earth primes in the distance were deeply shocked. A chill appeared from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to their heads. Their bodies and minds trembled in fear. How was this a battle? It was clearly a massacre, and it was a massacre without any suspense and resistance. In the gap, no matter how many Earth primes rushed out at once, they couldn't escape Zi Chen's saber light. Their heads would immediately leave their bodies, and then their souls would be extinguished. There were more and more corpses on the ground, and as time passed, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and more oppressive. The pressure from the sky became stronger and stronger. They originally came to see Long Hu's tribulation, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. They watched Zi Chen kill the enemy from afar. His movements were so natural, so casual, so harmonious, and even so beautiful. The 9 divine lightning dragons and tigers had passed, but divine lightning appeared again in the sky and fell again. The power was still very terrifying. However, no one paid attention to Long Hu anymore. Or rather, their attention was attracted by Zi Chen, who was holding a saber. They couldn't move their eyes away from Long Hu. It was even to the extent that their bodies had become sluggish at this moment. They were unable to control their bodies and were unable to move in the slightest. This also caused them to only be able to sense a terrifying pressure in the surroundings, yet were unable to see where this pressure was coming from. Looking at Zi Chen killing so easily, the princess's expression became unnatural. She muttered, "It's really unpleasant to be your opponent." Chapter 1175. The murderous Zi Chen gave off a natural, harmonious, and perfect feeling. The others only had this feeling, but couldn't understand the deeper meaning. However, when the middle-aged demon saw the current Zi Chen, his expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His realm was very high, so he could tell at a glance that Zichen was in a mysterious state. The gap in the formation was 2 meters wide. Zichen stood in the gap, and the range of his long saber was also 2 meters wide. Within these 2 meters, all the Earth-Yuans who stepped in would be killed without any suspense. Not a single one would be left alive. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Zichen was too strong. It was because Zichen was in a certain realm. In this realm, the 2 meters around him were his own territory. This was Zichen's territory, his world, and he was in charge here. All the cultivators who stepped in here would naturally face Zichen's merciless blade light. Under such circumstances, no one could escape. Although there was a gap in the formation, it was a dead end. At this moment, Zichen was displaying an extremely rare level. This level belonged to another level of the Earth Prime level. There were many Earth Primes in the world, but many people would never be able to reach this level in their entire lives. However, Zichen had reached this realm. He was only at the peak of the human prime, but he had reached this realm. Perhaps he didn't understand what this feeling was now, but in time he would definitely reach this realm. He hasn't broken through yet, but he already has this kind of understanding. This Zichen is indeed extraordinary, the middle-aged demon murmured. His eyes flashed with a strange light. No one knew what he was thinking. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and the oppressive aura made people feel suffocated. The people who were in shock woke up from their daze. They regained control of their bodies and looked up at the sky. Then they saw 2 tribulation clouds. The first tribulation cloud was naturally Longhu's. At this moment, Longhu was still undergoing tribulation. Many lightning bolts fell on him, and he was already injured. From beginning to end, more than 30 lightning bolts had fallen. It was completely beyond the 9 lightning bolts that everyone knew. The Longhu was a supreme beast, and the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. It was understandable that there were many lightning tribulations. What everyone could not understand was the second lightning tribulation in the sky. Clearly, this lightning tribulation was targeting Zichen, but Zichen had already used the power of Earth Prime. So why would he still attract the lightning tribulation? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a question that defied common sense. Could it be that Zichen hasn't broken through yet? If that was the case, then Zichen was the one who was truly frightening. He had not broken through yet, but he could kill Earth Prime experts so easily. Once he broke through, wouldn't his combat power be even stronger? At this moment, Zichen was indeed in an extremely mysterious state. The blade in his hand became faster, fiercer, and easier to control. With just a thought, the long blade in his hand could reach a certain place. However, this mysterious state did not last for long before it was interrupted by a loud explosion. The formation had finally been blasted open, and many Earth Prime experts appeared. The first thing they did when they appeared was to look in Zichen's direction. At first glance, they saw Zichen, who was standing in the air with the power of rules and an Earth spiritual weapon in his hand. Then they saw the many corpses of Earth Prime stage cultivators on the ground. Those were all headless corpses. There were dozens of them, and blood was still gushing out. Longhu's lightning tribulation was still ongoing. Many divine lightning bolts raged, making Longhu in a sea of lightning. They had no way to attack. Zichen's strength made everyone tremble. In a short while, he had killed dozens of people. If this continued, the rest would not be able to escape from the fate of death. In addition, Zhang Haotian, the demonic ape, the black tortoise, and the others surrounded them. It seemed that they were going to kill them all. Let's go. The expressions of the Earth Prime experts changed again and again. Finally, they gave the order to retreat. Obviously, they already knew that it was meaningless to stay here any longer. They would only suffer more casualties. With a flash, the Earth Prime experts began to run. Zichen stared at them indifferently and said coldly, "Chase and kill them." Amidst the yelling, the native Earth Prime experts of the Wuji sect chased after the Earth Prime experts. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left, leaving only Ziqin and Longhu, who was undergoing his tribulation. The rules around Ziqin slowly dissipated, but the Earth Spirit weapon did not. It was still in his hand. As the laws dispersed and the lightning tribulation disappeared, Ziqin's state was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The peak of the human prime. Although they had guessed it before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The everlasting Dan cauldron was still there like a burning furnace. Fire dragons rushed out one after another, and then rolled up one corpse after another into the everlasting Dan cauldron. As for the dead Earth Prime experts of the Wuji sect, they were swept up by the fire dragons and placed beside the Wuji cauldron. They were all powerhouses who had died for the Wuji sect. Naturally, they couldn't be refined. Ziqin was the only one left guarding Longhu, but none of the Earth Prime experts dared to step forward. The scene of Ziqin killing an Earth Prime expert with one slash had shocked them too much. It was very difficult for an Earth Prime expert to grow. It would take at least a few hundred years and a lot of resources during that time. However, Ziqin could kill them with one slash. Naturally, there were many people who weren't afraid of death, but that didn't mean they were willing to die. Ziqin landed and lifted his head to look at Longhu. At this moment, Longhu attracted everyone's attention again. Longhu's lightning tribulation was very terrifying. The divine lightning was suffocating. Until now, more than 40 divine lightning bolts had fallen. There were many wounds on Longhu's body. Golden blood kept spurting out. However, although the wounds looked terrifying, they weren't fatal. Everyone was terrified, but only Longhu knew that the lightning tribulation wasn't a real threat to him. In other words, the lightning tribulation wasn't a threat to him. He was in such a sorry state because there was a mysterious force in the lightning tribulation. This force was changing his body and expelling the impurities in his body. Longhu Supreme wasn't an intolerable existence, but he was blessed by nature. Under normal circumstances, the giant energy egg that Longhu was in would be the one to face the lightning tribulation. After many divine lightning bolts fell and shattered the egg, Longhu would be born. Longhu had inherited memories, but most of them started from here. However, Longhu was born prematurely because of Ziqin. This caused him to be released to the outside world prematurely. It was inevitable that there would be some impurities in his body as he grew. Therefore, the lightning tribulation was expelling these impurities so that he could become a real Longhu Supreme. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Ziqin. Longhu's life force was already very weak when he was discovered. If it wasn't for Ziqin, Longhu probably wouldn't have been born. However, the premature birth of the lightning spirit had a lot to do with Ziqin. Thunder rumbled. Every time Longhu soared into the sky, he would be struck down by many divine lightning bolts. Many wounds would appear on his body again. These wounds were so big that bones could be seen clearly in many places. Longhu Supreme's lightning tribulation is indeed terrifying. If this continues, Longhu Supreme won't be able to survive. Yeah, the defensive formation hasn't been activated. Divine lightning keeps falling without giving him any time to recover. Longhu Supreme is doomed this time. The major factions have made a mistake and suffered heavy losses. They must be regretting it now. Indeed, who would have thought that Longhu Supreme's lightning tribulation would be so terrifying? If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have appeared in such a state. In the distance, some Earth Prime experts were whispering as they watched Longhu undergo the lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Silver light flashed between heaven and earth. Divine lightning lit up the sky again. Longhu's already serious injuries worsened once more and slowly began to threaten his life. How many lightning bolts is this? I didn't have time to count for a while, but it should be over 60. Oh my God! There are only 9 divine lightning bolts under normal circumstances. However, Long Hu's lightning tribulation is already over 60. The lightning tribulation is so terrifying that it's only natural that his combat strength would soar after the breakthrough. While the discussion was going on, the Earth Prime experts who were chasing after Long Hu gradually returned. They must be more worried about Long Hu's safety. At this moment, many people raised their heads and looked at Long Hu with worry. Soon, the lightning tribulation passed 70. Long Hu's injuries worsened. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. However, at this moment, no one could help Long Hu except himself. 73. 74. Silver light streaked across the sky as divine lightning raged. Almost all of Long Hu's bones were shattered. Only strands of energy were connected to them to prevent Long Hu from collapsing. 75. 76. 77. 78. Long Hu could no longer fly. He could only stay on the tribulation stage. At this moment, the tribulation stage was already riddled with holes from the bombardment of divine lightning. The 80th lightning tribulation struck. Its terrifying power swept across the land and struck Long Hu. Then came the 81st, which was also the last lightning tribulation. As the lightning tribulation struck, the sound of thunder resounded throughout the entire sacred region. The tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed. Long Hu remained motionless below. A powerful vitality was born in his body. This vitality was reshaping his body. Under everyone's gaze, Long Hu's body began to glow. It was a brilliant golden light, and there seemed to be a Long Hu sovereign in the light. Long Hu's sovereign has successfully broken through. In the distance, the Earth Prime experts were in disbelief. On the other hand, the Wuji Sect's Earth Prime was overjoyed. Boom! There was an explosion on the tribulation stage. Then a golden light shot into the sky. It was Long Hu. His entire body was burning with golden light. His vigorous aura dyed the entire sky golden. He roared at the sky. The roar of dragons and tigers resounded. Chapter 11, 76. Long Hu stood in the air, roaring at the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and a powerful Earth Yuan aura spread with him at the center. The roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded throughout the entire sacred region. All the beasts in the world prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. When the fleeing earthly prime powerhouses heard the Long Hu sovereign's furious roar, they realized that the Long Hu sovereign had successfully broken through. The fleeing earthly prime powerhouses were both vexed and frightened. With the Long Hu sovereign's breakthrough, the Everlasting Sect had gained another great general. They knew that the Everlasting Sect was about to become one of the continent's superpowers. The Long Hu sovereign's aura caused everyone's expression to change. The princess looked at the dazzling Long Hu in the sky and muttered, "Could it be that the Everlasting Sect will really have a sovereign?" The middle-aged devil said, "Under normal circumstances, it's a fact that Long Hu has become a sovereign. There's also an abnormal situation. If he went to another world, no one could guarantee that Long Hu would be able to become a sovereign. This world is the lowest level of existence. An existence like the Long Hu sovereign is already a peak existence. He can be considered a miracle. However, there are many such miracles in the Earth Yuan world. That is a place where experts gather. There are all kinds of existences there. Battles are frequent there, and anyone can die there." The middle-aged devil looked at Long Hu, then at the other Earth Yuan experts of the Everlasting Sect. After breaking through to the Earth Yuan realm, they can leave and go to another world. However, they haven't left because that world is too cruel. The princess nodded. She had some understanding of that other world. Long Hu's berserk aura gradually dissipated, and the dazzling light around him faded. When he landed, he had transformed into a graceful youth. Zi Chen. Long Hu looked at Zi Chen with joy. Zi Chen nodded. "Congratulations." Beside him stood the old bull in his human form. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Long Hu. "Oh my, Long Hu Supreme, The real Longhu Supreme is emitting an invisible pressure that makes one's heart tremble. Longhu, congratulations on your breakthrough. The devil ape transformed into a streak of light and went forward to congratulate him. The old bull's pupils shrank when he saw the devil ape. This was clearly the sky, splitting battle ape. After that, Zhang Haotian, Lu Peng, and the others went up to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Old Cow's eyes were wide open as he matched the names of these people in his mind. He had followed Zichen for 1,000 years, and he had learned about some of the powerful people in the Boundless sect through casual chats. Immediately after, the Torvosaurus and the flying divine tiger appeared. Sensing the pressure of a superior being from the other party, the old ox's expression became very agitated. Staying with these existences all day long, his body was naturally tainted with their aura. Old Cow already felt that he was somewhat extraordinary. Then, the old bull saw a few of Zichen's close female friends. Sure enough, they were all exceptional beauties. All right, let's not stay here any longer. Let's return to the sect first. Zichen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to return. What do we do with these corpses? LV Peng looked at the Earth Prime corpses in the distance. These were all Earth Prime corpses that had died for the Boundless sect. They were members of the Boundless sect when they were alive. Naturally, they are the souls of the Boundless sect when they die. Find a separate, small world to bury them. In the future, that place will be the resting place of the Boundless sect's experts, Zichen said. This was what he had thought before. Earth Prime had died in battle. Naturally, he couldn't refine his body and disappoint the others. Zichen brought the people back. Naturally, there would be people to deal with the Earth Prime corpses here. After returning, Zichen had to return because the existences in the Boundless sect would soon hear the news and come out. Everyone left quickly. Even the everlasting pill cauldron returned to the Boundless sect. The Earth Primes who were watching the show also left. Only the princess and a few demons were left. This Zichen, how could he just leave us behind like this? We're guests, after all. An Earth Prime demon was annoyed. Your Highness, should we go back? Another demon asked. The princess looked in the direction Zichen left with a smile. She said, Why should we go back? It's already over. Why don't you go back? It's over. This is just the beginning. Earth Prime was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Your Highness, you mean? Of course, there are still many lightning tribulations to watch. Plus, we have plenty of time to watch the show. With that, the princess walked in the direction of the Boundless sect. Let's go to the Boundless sect. Longhu's breakthrough and Zichen's return were two joyous events for the Boundless sect. Zichen, it's rare for you to come back. Should we celebrate for 3 days? A slender woman in red walked beside Zichen. Zichen glanced at her and ignored the disrespect. He said, Yes, we should celebrate. Then Zichen. The woman saw that Zichen wasn't angry. She said again, Senior sister, you should call him master. Behind her, Qin Feng reminded weakly. The woman turned around and glared at Qin Feng. She said angrily, I'll call him whatever I want. Also, who told you to call me senior sister? Call me master's wife. Around them, everyone burst into laughter. When Zichen returned, everyone had endless things to say to him. Clearly, one Zichen wasn't enough for everyone. Zhang Haotian and the others couldn't get a word in edgewise. Those women had already surrounded Zichen. They were chattering away like orioles and swallows. Zichen felt like there were 100 sparrows chirping around him. Fortunately, a voice came from afar. Sect Master, there are a few demons outside who want to come in. They say they're your friends. Demons? What demons? Sun Ling turned around and asked. I don't know. The leader is a woman. She says she's some demon princess, the subordinate replied. All the women looked at Zichen. Zichen slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I was so happy to be back that I forgot about this. Let her in. Yes. As soon as the subordinate left, the surrounding atmosphere became strange. As Zi Chen's four official girlfriends, they looked at Zi Chen in silence. As for the others, like Zhang Yubing, they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Zhang Haotian and the others saw this scene and knew something was wrong. After exchanging glances, Lu Peng said, "Zi Chen will go to the main hall first." Without waiting for Zi Chen's reply, he quickly left. But from afar, they could still hear voices. "This Zi Chen looks like an honest person, but why is he so fickle? Yeah, he went to comprehend for 1,000 years. During that time, Meng Yao accompanied him, and he actually brought one back. In the past, he had an excuse to say that she was following him. Now he found a demon. Let's see what he can say. She'll lower your voices. Maybe we can see a battle later." Yes, he. Hearing these voices, the expressions of the women changed. Zi Chen's expression became incomparably awkward. He didn't expect that in just 1,000 years his brothers would become so perverted. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts, but no one asked. Only Sun Ling looked at Zi Chen and asked directly, "Zi Chen, what's going on? If you lack women, you can find me. I've already said that I'll give myself to you, but you've found a demon. What's the big deal?" Zi Chen had already experienced Sun Ling's toughness, but when he heard this, he still broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding." I'm just hearing Zi Chen's explanation. Zi Chen's four official girlfriends were relieved. They naturally believed in Zi Chen. However, when Zhang Yubing heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable and felt very inferior. Zi Chen didn't even like the demon princess. So he definitely didn't like her, a person from the mountains. In the everlasting palace, the old and new people gathered, filling the entire palace. Looking at more than half of the unfamiliar faces, looking at their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship, Zi Chen finally felt the passage of 1,000 years. Everyone looked at Zi Chen eagerly, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Zi Chen didn't know what to say. For 1,000 years, they didn't know what had happened to the everlasting sect. So naturally, they didn't know what to say. Wang Qiong saw Zi Chen's awkwardness and immediately sent a voice transmission, briefly explaining what had happened in the past 1,000 years. There were only two things fighting and breaking through. Zi Chen coughed lightly and said, "Everyone has worked hard these years. Today is a rare occasion to be happy, so let's celebrate for 3 days." Cheers rang out in the palace. Zi Chen waved his hand, and the cheers in the palace disappeared, becoming extremely quiet. Zi Chen looked around again and found that 70% of the people here were strangers. He knew that it was time to withdraw. A moment later, Zi Chen solemnly said, "Now I officially appoint Sun Ling as the everlasting sect master, and Qin Feng as the vice sect master." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that Zi Chen's second sentence would be to abdicate. Qin Feng and Sun Ling also looked at Zi Chen in confusion. Zi Chen said, "The current world no longer belongs to us but to you. The everlasting sect no longer needs us old people, but young people like you. If the everlasting sect wants to be glorious and immortal, it needs generations of geniuses, not just a few people." Hearing this, the Earth Origin Realm cultivators all nodded. As for the others, they couldn't accept this fact in a short time. In the future, we will no longer participate in the everlasting sect's matters. We will only appear when something major happens. The everlasting sect's future development will depend on you. At this moment, Zi Chen officially withdrew from the everlasting sect, from the martial heaven continent stage. He was now an elder of the everlasting sect. He had completely let go of everything. His glorious deeds would be recorded in the annals of the martial heaven continent and spread throughout the continent, inspiring the younger generation. 3 days after the everlasting sect celebration, the flying tiger began his tribulation. That pressure appeared once more. A month later, the flying tiger successfully passed his tribulation. Next was the barbarian dragon. whether it was the flying tiger or the barbarian dragon. Many cultivators came to watch as they underwent their tribulations. However, no one dared to cause trouble. After the barbarian dragon successfully broke through, the only person left in the everlasting sect who hadn't broken through was Zichin. It was worth mentioning that both the flying tiger and the barbarian dragon had undergone 81 tribulations. Chapter 1177. The barbarian dragon and the flying divine tiger had successfully undergone their tribulations, giving rise to 3 powerful existences in the everlasting sect. In the words of the devil race, the everlasting sect had produced 3 miracles of life. If one looked deeper, they would realize that these 3 miracles of life should not have appeared on the martial heaven continent. The dragon belonged to the ancient battlefield. He should have been left there to fend for himself. The barbarian dragon belonged to the most ancient trial path. He should have been there. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. But when Zichin had come into contact with the 2 of them, they had not yet been born. They were already on the brink of destruction. As for the flying divine tiger, it had been in the ruins this entire time. In the words of the cauldron spirit, the flying divine tiger had been an energy egg that the everlasting sect's master had obtained elsewhere. It had just never hatched. As the everlasting sect had been destroyed, time had passed. The flying divine tiger had been born ahead of time and had grown until now. All the major powers of the martial heaven continent had been shaken by these miracles of life. But then, news of Zichin's tribulation spread. Zichin's name had spread throughout the continent. The 3 miracles of life were naturally powerful and extraordinary. However, they were Zichin's subordinates, even if Zichin didn't admit it. Zichin's brilliance had surpassed the 3 miracles of life, the heaven-splitting battle ape, Zhang Haoqian of the Kill bloodline, and all the other unrivaled spirit bodies in the world. This was an era where strong cultivators were born in large numbers. This was a flourishing era, but in this flourishing era, Zichin was invincible. His brilliance overshadowed everyone. It could be said that he deserved to be called the number 1. Now that news of Zichin's tribulation had spread, it naturally attracted the attention of many powers. Furthermore, compared to the miracles of life, Zichin, who possessed the 3 pages of the heavenly book, was the true reason why they couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Hearing this news, many Earth Yuan powers began to set out for the sacred region. They were all extremely curious about Zichin's tribulation. After 1,000 years, the sacred region had been accepted by everyone. There were no more barbarians in this world, only the sacred region. A few days before Zichin's tribulation, Xingdao Li suddenly returned. When Zichin heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised. Zichin embarked on a different path. The difficulty of his tribulation was already very high, and whether or not he could successfully overcome it was still uncertain. If an outsider interfered during his tribulation, it would definitely be very dangerous. As such, Xingdao Li, who had heard the news, returned. As soon as Xingdao Li returned, Zichin went to find him to thank him. Xingdao Li guessed Zichin's intention with a glance and said, "You didn't come to me just to thank me, did you?" Zichin said, "I would like to ask Senior about the other world. You haven't even transcended your tribulation, yet you're already interested in another world." Zichin said, "I was afraid that you would leave before I could talk to you after the breakthrough, so I came here in advance to find out more." Xingdao Li nodded and said, "It's not a bad thing to know in advance. That world is called the Zhan Wu continent." Zhan Wu continent. This was the first time Zichin had heard the name of another world. That's right. In the Zhan Wu continent, battles are everywhere. It can be said that it's a world that exists for the sake of battle. Xingdao Li said, "That continent is very big, much bigger than the Tianwu continent. It is divided into 9 continents, and each continent is divided into 49 regions. Each region has a region lord, and each region lord commands 108 city lords, representing 108 cities. Xingdao Li's simple introduction shocked Ziqin. Other than those regular forces, there are also some sects, such as the Jin family and the Mu family. They all have their own bases outside, forming their own forces. The Zhanwu continent is very big, so big that you can't imagine it. If you go to the other world, you won't have the chance to resolve it, because in 1,000 years, you might not be able to cross a few cities. In 10 million years, you might not be able to cross a continent. Ziqin asked, if there are region lords and city lords, then they must be experts. What kind of strength does a city lord need? The virtual realm or the corporeal realm? Xingdao Li smiled and said, Earth realm experts are the weakest, the lowest existence there. To put it bluntly, their lives are even worse than some animals. As for what kind of strength is needed to become a city lord, you will naturally understand when you go there. However, before you step into the virtual realm, I still don't recommend you to go because it's very dangerous. Xingdao Li gave an example and said, take Longhu as an example. He is a high-level life form here, but in the other world I saw with my own eyes no less than 10 of these high-level life forms being killed. I also killed several of them myself. Ziqin was completely shocked. Xingdao Li continued, in this world there are still some rules and some morals. However, in the Zhanwu continent, the only rule is strength. Whoever is stronger is the rule. Moreover, there are many cases of disagreements and big fights. There are even situations where I feel uncomfortable seeing you and want to kill you. In that world, dignity and face are luxuries. In this world, as long as you don't go too far, as an expert, I won't bother to kill you. However, the Zhanwu continent is different. Even if you are an Earth realm expert who is worse than an animal, perhaps the city lord will personally kill you. That world is very cruel, so cruel that you can hardly imagine. In that world, the only way to survive is to kill. As for trust and brothers in that world, they are even more luxurious than face and dignity. Ziqin couldn't believe it and asked, is that world really that cruel? Think about it, a world without any rules, where everything is done according to one's preferences. What would it be like? Xingdao Li said seriously, I can tell you one thing seriously. People who talk about rules all day long are the most unruly. If you meet them, you must be careful. In that world, the only person you can trust is yourself. Seeing Ziqin in deep thought, Xingdao Li patted him on the shoulder and said, of course, it's not as bad as I said. In fact, there are still rules in some places. For example, in the city, private fights are prohibited. That is a peaceful area. Whoever dares to violate it will be killed. Ziqin was relieved when he heard this. However, Xingdao Li continued, if you want to kill the city lord, it's a different story. If you want to kill him, then kill him. No one will pursue it. Ziqin became speechless again. He felt that the world without rules was very exciting, and he was looking forward to it. However, he was also very worried because the probability of death was too high. Actually, there are only 3 realms in the cultivation world. They are the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. The Tianwu continent is suitable for mortal realms. Furthermore, there are mortals here, so there is relatively less danger. As for earth realms, they can only grow in the Zhanwu continent. What about the heaven realm? Is there a 3rd world? Ziqin raised his head and asked again. Maybe, maybe not. Xingdao Li looked at the sky and suddenly sighed. Ziqin was puzzled and asked, Senior, as a heaven realm expert, how can you not know this? Heaven realm. Xingdao Li sneered and said, this is only the realm in your eyes. In our eyes, it is not the real heaven realm, but the fake heaven realm. Fake heaven realm. Yes, it's just that you haven't reached the true heaven realm yet. What is the heaven realm? Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it's comparable to the Sky Dome realm. This realm is already comparable to the Sky Dome realm. How can it be so easy to reach this realm? Forget it. You haven't reached that realm yet. No matter how much I say, you won't understand. Ziqin's confidence was indeed hurt. He had never thought that a publicly recognized Heaven Realm expert like Xing Dao Li was not the real Heaven Realm, but the fake Heaven Realm. Moreover, he was obviously stuck in a bottleneck and could not cross it for 10,000 years. When Zichen walked out of Xing Dao Li's place, he was still a little absent-minded. He originally thought that he had reached the top of the cultivation world. Although he had not reached the peak, he was not far away. However, after a deep conversation with Xing Dao Li, he realized that he had just reached the foot of the mountain. There was still a peak to climb. Zichen had already become an elder of the Wuji sect. Naturally, he could not wander around the main hall. He had his own place to live. As soon as he arrived, Wu Lu arrived. Sect Master, oh Zichen, our people have found traces of the 5 elements forces. There are also earth primes from other forces. There are many of them, Wu Lu reported. Zichen waved his hand. It's fine. With Senior Li here, they won't dare to act rashly. Then, do we need to be on guard? Wu Lu asked. No need. I don't believe that they will dare to cause trouble. As soon as Wu Lu left, the devil ape suddenly came. After arriving, the devil ape asked directly, Zichen, after you break through, will you go directly to another world? Zichen said, there are no more grudges here. The environment here does not allow us to continue growing. Naturally, we have to leave. The devil ape's expression changed. There was hesitation on its face. What? Is there something? Zichen asked. The devil ape said, I want to go back to the demon race. Go back to the demon race? Zichen looked surprised. The devil ape had appeared in the holy burial ground and had grown up with Zichen. It had never been to the demon race, but now it wanted to go back. The devil ape nodded, then explained, after my tribulation, I awakened some inherited memories. The supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline is still in the demon race. I must go and get it back. What supreme treasure? The demon-devouring rod. The one in my hand, but it's incomplete. Part of it is sealed in the demon race, the devil ape said. Zichen thought for a moment, then said, It's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? After I break through, we'll go together. The devil ape looked at Zichen gratefully. LV Peng was still repairing the tribulation platform. In the past 3 tribulations, the platform had been destroyed by divine lightning every time. Outside the tribulation platform, there were many earth primes guarding it to prevent others from secretly tampering with it. Chapter 1178. Apart from the tribulation, the soul's spiritual weapon also needed to undergo the tribulation to become an earth spiritual weapon. Before that, Zichen naturally had to sort out the soul's spiritual weapons on him and try to help them all break through. Zichen had many soul spiritual weapons, and all of them had already recognized him as their master. However, their grades were relatively low. At this moment, there were only 3 weapons that he could take out. One was the flaming spear, another was the broken finger gloves, and the last one was the dragon soul spear that Zichen had personally refined and followed him for a long time. Ever since he discovered the Thunder Clan's world, Zichen had placed the dragon soul spear in the lightning sea. For the past 1,000 years, the dragon soul spear had been absorbing the lightning there. Zichen first sorted out the soul spiritual weapons, then took out a few ancient weapons. Zichen didn't know whether the ancient weapons needed to undergo the tribulation or not. But after the baptism of lightning, the ancient weapons should become more powerful. After sorting out the weapons for the tribulation, Zichen left the sect and headed to the Thunder Clan's world. When he arrived outside the Thunder Clan's world, he went straight to the Lightning Sea. In the Lightning Sea, a majestic lightning dragon was swimming, absorbing the lightning in the sea. After 1,000 years, the lightning dragon had already reached the deepest part of the Lightning Sea. After sensing Zichen's aura, the lightning dragon let out a cheerful roar and rushed out of the Lightning Sea. In the Thunder Clan's world, the cheerful roar of the lightning dragon constantly resounded. The lightning dragon rushed out of the Lightning Sea and circled around Zichen. Finally, it turned into a dragon spear in front of Zichen. Zichen grabbed the dragon spear and immediately felt a powerful and terrifying aura from it. He was very satisfied with the growth of the dragon spear. The resounding dragon roar attracted the attention of the other members of the Thunder Tribe. When they saw Zichen, their faces lit up with joy. After exchanging a few words with the members of the Thunder Tribe, Zichen left with his dragon spear. As the time for the tribulation approached, Su Mengyao and the others began to worry for Zichen. As for the earth elementals who came to watch the show, there were even some who didn't hesitate to cross 2 continents to watch Zichen undergo the tribulation. How can Zichen be absent from his tribulation? A voice resounded above the everlasting sect. Immediately after, a ray of golden light rushed into the everlasting sect. Wherever the golden light passed, no one in the everlasting sect tried to stop it. Where is Zichen? The golden light transformed into a figure. It was none other than Tyrant. Behind the monk were over 10 old monks. Among them was an old monk. He was so old that he couldn't even move. The arrival of the monk was a big surprise. Soon, Zichen appeared. After seeing Zichen, Tyrant pointed behind him and boasted, "I came as soon as I heard that you were going through the tribulation. Look, what do you think?" Zichen looked at the group of old monks, then put his palms together and bowed. The group of old monks hurriedly bowed. The oldest monk raised his head and nodded at Zichen. Then he glanced at Zichen with cloudy eyes. Beside Zichen were a group of familiar faces, including the princess and the middle-aged demon. Naturally, the old monk was looking at the middle-aged demon. As for the middle-aged demon, his expression turned solemn when the old monk's gaze landed on him. "Let's go to my residence and talk," Zichen said, breaking the invisible confrontation. Both sides moved toward Zichen's residence. Moments later, cheers and laughter could be heard. At night, the everlasting sect hosted a banquet to welcome Tyrant Good and Evil. At the banquet, the drunk monk said, "Zichen, although I don't admit that you are stronger than me, the outside world thinks so. I have successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation. If you can't, then you will become a joke." Zichen said, "Don't worry, I will definitely pass." 5 days later, Zichen stood on the repaired tribulation stage. Dozens of miles away from the tribulation stage, there were many Earth primes, human primes, and core primes. In short, there were many cultivators surrounding an area of dozens of miles. Zichen is finally going to go through his tribulation. Yeah, his friends have all gone through their tribulations these years. If he doesn't, he will be forgotten by history. He used to be the strongest in the human primes. I wonder if he can become the strongest in the Earth primes after his breakthrough. Zichen is already extraordinary. I wonder what his tribulation will be like. I'm looking forward to it. The onlookers were full of anticipation for Zichen's tribulation, especially those of the everlasting sect. They were extremely excited. "You must succeed." Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and the others gathered together, secretly cheering for Zichen. Tyrant Good and Evil stood at the front with Demon Ape, Longhu, and the others to prevent anyone from causing trouble at the critical moment. However, looking at the current situation, it was unlikely that anyone would cause trouble because the demon expert had also decided to help Zichen. The most important thing was the appearance of Xing Daoli. He was alone in the air, attracting a lot of attention. He also promised that no one would disturb him this time. Zichen released his aura, and the tribulation began. Perhaps because he was a human, Zichen's tribulation wasn't like Longhu and the barbaric dragon, who had to wait a few months for the tribulation to descend. As soon as he released his aura and broke the rules, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky, covering an area of more than 10 miles. The sky darkened instantly, and an oppressive aura spread out. This was just the beginning. The onlookers didn't pay much attention to it, as they thought the tribulation aura would continue to expand. But soon, The group of Earth Yuan cultivators realized that the pressure of the tribulation had stopped. The tribulation clouds were no longer expanding, and the pressure was no longer increasing. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and their expressions immediately changed. Then they began to whisper to each other, "Why is this happening? Is this a tribulation? Such a weak tribulation. It can't even compare to mine. This tribulation aura is too weak. Is this really Zi Chen's tribulation?" Although the tribulation aura in the sky was oppressive, it was far from what the onlookers had imagined, especially when they saw that the tribulation didn't continue to brew. Lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Some people even sneered with disdain. Hee, such a weak tribulation. Even if Zi Chen survives it, he'll be crippled. If he survives such a tribulation, I think he'll be the weakest among the Earth Primes. From the strongest to the weakest, the tribulation in the sky was too weak. In their opinion, even though the powerful purple Qin tribulation was incomparable to high-level life forms like Longhu and Longhu, the tribulation should not be too weak given its strength. Not only the Earth Primes, even Zi Chen's friends frowned after feeling the power of the tribulation. How can this be? It shouldn't be. The tribulation Zi Chen attracted last time wasn't this weak. Monk looked at the tribulation and said, "How can this be? It's too weak. What is Zi Chen doing?" "It's not Zi Chen doing anything. It seems to be the tribulation," said the demonic ape. No one could explain this situation. Only Su Mengyao, who knew Zi Chen well, seemed to have guessed something, but she couldn't be sure. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Zi Chen officially went through the tribulation. The first tribulation fell from the sky. After all, it was Zi Chen, an extremely extraordinary existence. The first divine lightning had rules. It was just that its power was a little stronger than ordinary divine lightning tribulations, but it was a little weaker than the black tortoise's tribulations. Zi Chen stood under the tribulation. He was bathed in the lightning. He kept absorbing the power of the lightning to refine his body. At the same time, he absorbed the power of rules. This was the first time he successfully comprehended rules because of Xingdao Li's words. Back then, he didn't choose to go through the tribulation, so he suffered a backlash from the rules. In the end, he benefited from the disaster. Some power of rules was left in his body. He refined the power of rules. At first, he was happy that he didn't need to go through the tribulation to comprehend rules. But he didn't expect that he still had to go through the tribulation today. Boom! Another explosion came from the sky. The second tribulation fell and hit Zi Chen accurately. Zi Chen didn't dodge. He took the tribulation head-on and absorbed the power of lightning. Then the third, fourth, and fifth tribulation appeared one after another. Each tribulation was stronger than the last. It was the same as the ordinary tribulation of Earth Yuans. There was nothing special about it, but everyone came to see Zi Chen's unique tribulation. Now that they saw such an ordinary tribulation, it was completely unexpected and they lost interest. In less than a moment, all 9 tribulation lightning fell. Zi Chen wasn't even injured. He went through it just like that. It's too easy. Others are almost dying when going through the tribulation. After going through the tribulation, they will only have half of their life left. But he was just struck 9 times and didn't get injured. He, the weakest Earth Yuans in history, has been born. I thought I would see a vast tribulation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. It's boring. In fact, Zi Chen's tribulation wasn't weak. It was much stronger than the ordinary tribulation. But everyone had high expectations for Zi Chen. Now that they saw the tribulation, they were indeed dissatisfied. Not to mention the outsiders. Even Zi Chen's friends were also dissatisfied with the tribulation, because everyone knew that the stronger the tribulation, the more powerful the tribulation. Zi Chen's tribulation was so weak. Naturally, the power he received after the tribulation was weak. After the 9th tribulation, Zi Chen heard the taunts and mockery around him, but he didn't care. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with a calm expression. After the ninth tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky didn't dissipate. Instead, they became denser. A pressure several times stronger than before swept out from the dark clouds. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of more than 10 miles also doubled in size. The tribulation clouds spread to 30 miles, and the oppressive aura swept out. The changes in heaven and earth were naturally sensed by the other Earth-Yuans. Their expressions changed immediately. What's going on? Why aren't the tribulation clouds dissipating after the ninth tribulation? The tribulation clouds aren't dissipating, but the power is increasing. Could it be that Zi-Chen hasn't succeeded yet? Could it be there's more tribulation lightning? If there's more, what was that just now? An appetizer. In the sky, the pressure was even stronger. This change was unacceptable to the Earth-Yuans. It was beyond their knowledge and common sense. But then again, Longhu had gone through 91 tribulations. Zi-Chen was so extraordinary. It was normal for the tribulation lightning to be strange. Chapter 1179. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zi-Chen looked at the tribulation clouds calmly. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he knew that his tribulation was unusual. The lightning that had just dissipated in the tribulation clouds gathered again. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out of the clouds and lit up the surroundings. There's still a tribulation. I knew it. How could Zi-Chen's tribulation lightning be so weak? There's still the power of rules flowing in the sky. It seems different from before. Yes, the previous rules were very ordinary. This time it seems to be the rules of water. Oh my God! Zi-Chen has comprehended the rules of water of the 5 elements. No wonder he's Zi-Chen. The mocking voices turned into gasps of surprise. The mocking expressions on everyone's faces turned into shock. Su Mingyao's lips twitched as she looked at the law of water that enveloped Zi-Chen's body. She had a bad feeling in her heart as she muttered, "Don't tell me that he has to relive everything that he has experienced in the past." The rules of water were the second rule that Zi-Chen had comprehended. Thunder roared, and the dark sky suddenly brightened. The divine lightning with the rules of water struck. The glaring silver light cut through the darkness and lit up the land. Boom! The divine lightning struck Zi-Chen accurately. The golden light around Zi-Chen dissolved the destructive power of the divine lightning. Then he began to absorb the power of lightning and the rules of water. The tribulation lightning in the sky was on a scale. It was comparable to Zi-Chen's status. The Earth-Yuan cultivators held their breaths and looked up at the sky in shock. The second bolt of lightning struck. The third bolt of lightning struck. The rules of water flowed in every bolt of lightning. The power of the divine lightning kept increasing. Zi-Chen's expression was still calm. At this moment, he had the same guess as Su Mengyao. He guessed that his tribulation would take a long time. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy as much as possible. Fortunately, he had 3 pages of the heavenly book and was known to be perfect. His power was so strong that he could pass through the rules of water with ease. 9 bolts of divine lightning fell one after another. Zi-Chen was bathed in the lightning and successfully passed the tribulation. 2 types of rule, bending powers, revolved around his body. With the addition of 2 types of rule-bending powers, Zi-Chen was now able to mobilize 2 types of rule-bending powers. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They felt that Zi-Chen was indeed worthy of his reputation. He had grasped one more law than the others. Furthermore, he was not injured at all when facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation. After passing through the law of water, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they continued to expand, and the pressure became even stronger. What's going on? The pressure has become even stronger. Could it be that there are rules? That's impossible. It's already not easy for one person to comprehend 2 laws. How could there be more? Everyone's expression changed as they looked up at the sky. However, when they saw the third law flashing in the sky, they were all stunned. The laws of wood. His third law is the laws of wood. Zi-Chin has actually comprehended the laws of wood. A single person actually comprehended 3 types of laws? How is that possible? How did he do it? The 3 laws that were completely out of the ordinary shocked everyone. Tyrant looked at Zi-Chen from afar. However, he had a different opinion in his heart. He said, he does have some tricks up his sleeves. However, if he only comprehended 3 types of laws, what's the use? As for the laws of thunder, that's the most suitable for him. No matter how many other laws there are, they're just trash. L.V. Peng said, the tribulation is not over yet. Perhaps it's still to come. I think Zi-Chin has been in the world for 1,000 years. He shouldn't have only gained this much. Tyrant continued, I really don't know what Zi-Chen is thinking. He actually comprehended these useless broken laws in 1,000 years. However, if that's really the case, then that's great. I can guarantee that I'll teach Zi-Chen a lesson whenever I want in the future. Everyone looked at Tyrant with disdain. The laws of wood appeared between heaven and earth. After sensing the laws of wood that Zi-Chen had originally refined were completely activated. They appeared from within Zi-Chen's body and began to transform his body. Thunder rumbled in the sky again. There were still 9 divine thunderbolts that struck down one after another. The power of these 9 divine thunderbolts was almost the same as the one from the laws of water. Zi-Chen easily passed through them without any injuries. Immediately after, the laws of wood gave birth to fire. The laws of earth gave birth to fire. The laws of metal gave birth to earth. The range of the tribulation clouds had completely expanded to 100 miles away. A terrifying pressure swept through the world. While the cultivators were shocked, they also felt the threat of death and immediately retreated far away. Zi-Chen's body was bathed in golden light. He was going through the tribulation lightning of the laws of metal. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He didn't comprehend one of the laws of 5 elements. He has successfully comprehended the laws of 5 elements. Is he even human? To think that he could comprehend 6 types of laws all by himself. Furthermore, there are even 5 elements that have reached perfection. Among the Earth Yuan cultivators, the ones who were the most shocked were, of course, the 5 elements forces. This was because when they were going through the tribulation, they only comprehended one of the 5 elements. After seeing Zi-Chen comprehend it, they were already in disbelief. However, they never expected Zi-Chen to comprehend 5 laws at once. The 9 laws of metal landed one after another. Rolling thunder rumbled in the surroundings. All the Earth Yuan cultivators looked up at the sky in shock. 5 laws. This is no weaker than the laws of thunder. Although it's not suitable for Zi-Chen, it's very powerful, Tyrant muttered. Zi-Chen successfully passed through 5 laws. However, it didn't end there. The tribulation clouds in the sky didn't continue to expand. However, the originally pitch-black tribulation clouds instantly turned into 5-colored light. The entire world was illuminated with 5 colors. Within the 5 colors, the laws formed by the power of 5 elements were circulating. This time, it was the true laws of 5 elements. The laws of 5 elements merged into one. Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings again, especially the 5 elements forces. Their expressions changed drastically. Zi-Chen's 5 elements lightning tribulation had already shocked them greatly. However, they didn't expect him to start the 5 elements lightning tribulation now. At this moment, Zi-Chen didn't comprehend 5 laws. Instead, he comprehended one called the laws of 5 elements. Its power was naturally many times stronger than the laws of 5 elements alone. Even Tyrant, who had been emphasizing that it was suitable, had a change of expression. He exclaimed, "The laws of 5 elements. It's actually the laws of 5 elements." The tribulation clouds in the sky emitted a 5-colored light. The laws of 5 elements merged together and appeared between heaven and earth. Below, Zichen's body emitted a pure light of the power of 5 elements. One law after another was added to his body, forming various defenses that protected Zichen within. A suffocating pressure came from the sky. This pressure made everyone feel the threat of death. The group of Earth Yuan cultivators retreated again and again. At this moment, there was only shock and awe in their hearts. Looking at Zichen, who was in his peak condition, Xingdao sighed and said, "He is indeed blessed by the heavens. If there wasn't a single 5 elements lightning tribulation, Zichen would definitely die if he encountered the 5 elements lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, with the 5 elements lightning tribulation, he is able to manipulate the laws of the 5 elements. In the sky, a colorful light bloomed. A 5-colored divine thunder descended from the sky. Thunder rumbled and reverberated in the holy region. The dazzling, colorful light illuminated an area of 100 miles. Feeling the terror of the lightning tribulation, Zichen mobilized the laws of 5 elements to form the tightest defense. The colorful thunder fell and hit Zichen. The laws of 5 elements collided with the laws of 5 elements. Zichen's body shook, and he was smashed down to the tribulation stage below. Zichen, who was in a defensive state, was forced to retreat. This was the first time he was forced to retreat since facing the lightning tribulation. After getting up, Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He mobilized the laws of 5 elements and refined them into his body. At the same time, he was healing his injured body. Boom! The sky shook again. The second 5-colored divine thunder fell. Uffed! Zichen, who was in the air, coughed up blood. He was once again smashed onto the tribulation stage. With just 2 lightning tribulations, he had suffered unimaginable damage. The laws of 5 elements were instantly dispersed by the lightning tribulation. The 3rd lightning tribulation fell at this moment. A human-shaped pit appeared on the tribulation stage. Facing the colorful lightning tribulation, the powerful Zichen had no power to resist. Even if he was passively defending, he was still heavily injured. Zichen kept coughing up blood. In the distance, Su Mengyao and the others looked at Zichen worriedly. Boom! The 4th lightning tribulation struck Zichen. Zichen could no longer stand. There was a large pool of blood in front of him. With just 4 lightning tribulations, Zichen's life was in danger. This caused an uproar. Zichen had 5 laws of 5 elements. To be precise, he had 6. However, in the face of the laws of 5 elements, he was very weak. Zichen's condensed laws of 5 elements were once again shattered by the 5th lightning tribulation. Zichen's injuries were getting more serious. He was almost in a state of death. Zichen, your lightning tribulation is unusual. I think it's not just a tribulation. It's a fusion. Try fusing the laws of 5 elements into the laws of 5 elements. Xingdao Li's voice entered Zichen's ears. Zichen's eyes lit up. Originally, he had been in some kind of misunderstanding. He thought that tribulation transcendence was just tribulation transcendence. Obviously, he didn't think of this. In the current situation, with 9 lightning tribulations falling, Zichen would definitely die if he didn't have the flame of life. However, even with the flame of life, there should be many more lightning tribulations. The possibility of Zichen surviving the tribulation was very slim. However, Xingdao Li's words completely reminded Zichen. While in a seriously injured state, Zichen took advantage of the fact that the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence had yet to fall. He began to comprehend the remaining laws of 5 elements in his body. His powerful spiritual will instantly started to comprehend and analyze these laws. Just before the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence fell, he finally absorbed a complete trace of the laws of 5 elements. After that, the laws of 5 elements began to take root in Zichen's heart like a seed. It even grew leaves and bloomed. The The 5 types of scattered power of rules on Zi-Chen's body began to condense in the next moment. His body began to emit 5-colored light, but it was not just 5-colored light. Chapter 1180. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zi-Chen's body began to glow. It was a 5-colored light. Seeing this scene, Xing Daoli was shocked once again by Zi-Chen's super comprehension. Zi-Chen raised his head. His eyes lit up as he looked at the 6th 5-colored divine thunder descending from the sky. Using the 5-colored rule in his body as the foundation, he began to absorb the 5 rules. Soon, the 5-colored rule grew stronger and then protected Zi-Chen's body. Boom! The divine thunder fell and hit Zi-Chen. A powerful impact forced Zi-Chen to retreat. However, the defense formed by the 5-colored rule did not break. After the destructive power was neutralized, Zi-Chen absorbed the power of the rule again to strengthen himself. Seeing this scene in the distance, the crowd was in an uproar again. What's going on? Why is Zi-Chen not injured? The divine thunder did not break his defense. What's going on? Amidst the shocked exclamations, Zi-Chen, who was on the verge of death, began to recover from the serious injuries on his body. In a short while, his injuries were mostly healed, and the power of the rule around him became stronger and stronger. Boom! The 7th 5-colored divine thunder fell. The destructive power of the divine thunder penetrated the 5-colored light shield and entered Zi-Chen's body. It began to attack Zi-Chen's body wantonly. However, the power of the rule was blocked by the light shield. The destructive power was naturally not enough to destroy Zi-Chen. The 8th 5-colored divine thunder fell, followed by the 9th. After fully comprehending the 5-colored rule, Zi-Chen's defense had become indestructible. The lightning tribulation could no longer do anything to him. After the 5-colored divine thunder passed, the tense hearts of the crowd were completely relaxed. However, their expressions were different. Some were glad, some were regretful, some were envious, and some were jealous. Having comprehended the 5-element rule, Zi-Chen's future path was destined to be extraordinary. At the same time, it also indicated that he who had comprehended the 5-element rule would be the first human in the Earth Yuan realm. But was that all? Of course not. Zi-Chen had comprehended the natural rule, not just the 5-element rule. The 5-colored tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, there was a tinge of green in it. Among the 5 elemental precepts, there was an additional wind precepts. At the same time, the wind precepts had perfectly merged with the 5 elemental precepts. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws also began to change towards the laws of nature. When the first bolt of divine lightning struck, Zi-Chen, who was holding up the defense of the 5 elements, was injured. The second bolt of lightning struck down, and Zi-Chen was severely injured. When the third bolt of lightning struck, Zi-Chen's life was in imminent danger. The originally indestructible defense of the 5 elements had become extremely fragile at this moment. It would scatter at the slightest touch. However, before the 4th bolt of divine lightning struck, Zi-Chen comprehended the 6-colored light by relying on his superior comprehension ability. Thus, an additional color was added to the defense on his body. Zi-Chen's body emitted a 6-colored light. Among the 6 colors, there was an additional green color. The 5 elemental law had an additional wind law. Zi-Chen's indestructible defense was once again raised. The remaining divine lightning bolts could no longer do anything to Zi-Chen. After the wind law was the cloud law. The previous few divine lightning bolts had almost killed Zi-Chen. However, after Zi-Chen comprehended them, the tribulation became much easier. When they saw this scene, besides being shocked, everyone felt extremely speechless in their hearts. Other people's tribulation became more and more dangerous and terrifying. However, Zi-Chen's tribulation was filled with danger at the beginning. Towards the end, it seemed to be extremely easy. After successfully passing the cloud law, the rain law appeared again. Then it was one law after another. looking at the tribulation cloud in the sky that was gradually becoming more colorful. The Earth-Yuans turned from shock to numbness. In the end, they were speechless. How many? 40. It's already 40. This Zi-Chen is crazy. Just like when Zi-Chen comprehended the nature law, the Earth-Yuans in the distance woke up from their numbness. They began to count the number of laws. Furthermore, they gradually became numb and no longer made a fuss. When the Wuji sect's Earth-Yuans saw this scene, they all looked at Su Mengyao. This was because the laws that Zi-Chen comprehended in the sky were almost the same as Su Mengyao's before she transformed into the ethereal law. Everyone looked at her questioningly. Su Mengyao said, "I can comprehend 49 laws, all because of Zi-Chen." Everyone's expression changed. Someone asked, "Can Zi-Chen also comprehend the ethereal law?" Su Mengyao shook her head and said, "Zi-Chen didn't comprehend the ethereal law. It's the nature law. In the end, it can only become the nature law." "Could this be Zi-Chen's gain in the past 1,000 years?" another Earth-Yuans asked. Su Mengyao shook her head again and said, "It shouldn't be. When I left Zi-Chen and returned to the Wuji sect, I only knew that Zi-Chen had comprehended the nature law. At that time, Zi-Chen had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, not even 200. In less than 200 years, Zi-Chen completely comprehended the nature law. What did he comprehend after that?" The Wuji sect's Earth-Yuans were deeply shocked. When the number of laws in the sky reached 48, it was completely over. Only the thunder law was missing from the 49 laws. The remaining 48 laws had completely transformed into the nature law. The moment they saw the nature law, all the Earth-Yuans who came to watch became envious, jealous, and resentful. How powerful would Zi-Chen be after the 48 laws merged into one? No one could imagine, but some people guessed that Zi-Chen would use the nature law to surpass the Earth-Yuans and kill the virtual realm experts. However, everyone was also very glad that Zi-Chen had only comprehended 48 types of laws. He was only missing the law of lightning, which was the most suitable for him. This kind of flaw, which was neither too big nor too small, was more or less a kind of comfort to them. The fused nature law turned into divine lightning and fell. As the last bolt of divine lightning exploded on Zi-Chen's body, Zi-Chen completely absorbed the power of nature. Everyone's nervous and numb hearts finally relaxed. In their eyes, Zi-Chen's flaw had become a lifelong flaw. But even so, the shock that Zi-Chen gave them today was still very big. However, some people noticed that Zi-Chen, who had absorbed the nature law, was still in a state of alert. He looked at the sky warily. In the next moment, the colorful tribulation clouds in the sky underwent an obvious change. The originally colorful tribulation clouds turned into a monotonous color, the color of blood. A crazy killing intent emerged from the blood-colored tribulation clouds in the sky, sweeping toward the earth and wreaking havoc. When everyone looked up and saw the blood-colored clouds in the sky, they said helplessly, "There are still laws. The tribulation is not over yet." Previously, everyone wanted to see the thunder tribulation, a very powerful one. As time passed, Zi-Chen satisfied them. But now, the thunder tribulation was still not over yet. The slaughter law. This is the slaughter law. Zi-Chen has actually comprehended the slaughter law. Feeling the killing intent in the tribulation clouds, Zhang Haotian's expression immediately changed. He was transcending the slaughter law, so he was very familiar with the killing intent and the blood-colored clouds in the sky. A strange light flashed in Tyrant's eyes. He said, "How many laws has Zi-Chen comprehended?" First, it was the nature law, and now it's the slaughter law. Could it be that after the slaughter law is over, there are other laws? L.V. Peng, who was beside him, said, "Zi-Chen has always been mysterious. It's hard to say." Tyrant curled his lips and said, "Even if there are, they probably won't be too strong. First, it's the nature law and then the slaughter law. It's enough for Zi-Chen to walk freely in the Jianwu continent in the future. The slaughter law was a unique law in the world. Although it couldn't be compared to the nature law, which was a fusion of 48 laws, it was definitely one of the top laws in the world. There were thousands of laws in the world. Those who could comprehend the slaughter law were few and far between. Even the assassins of the Shurji clan found it difficult to comprehend the slaughter law. The slaughter law turned into a thunder tribulation and rushed out of the blood-colored clouds like a blood-colored dragon, attacking Zi-Chin below. The dense killing intent in it was like a materialized sharp sword attacking Zi-Chen's mind. Zi-Chen hugged Yuan Yi to clear his mind and not be disturbed by the killing intent. At the same time, he mobilized the refined slaughter law in his body to form a law defense. 9 slaughter divine thunders fell. Because Zi-Chen had the slaughter law in his body, this tribulation was frightening but not dangerous. Everything was as Tyrant had guessed. After it was over, the tribulation clouds in the sky still didn't dissipate. The tribulation continued. Then the good and evil law appeared. These 2 laws appeared at the same time like twins. The bloody tribulation cloud in the sky immediately divided into 2 colors, and 2 huge heads appeared in the middle of the 2 colored tribulation clouds. One of the images was filled with benevolence, as if it was a good person from 9 lifetimes. It gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. The other image had a demonic face, and it gave off waves of evil intent. This evil intent could affect people's minds, making them feel annoyed and impatient. What's this? The good and evil law. Tyrant's eyes widened when he saw the 2 heads in the sky. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. What kind of joke is this? The good and evil law. Zi-Chin actually comprehended the good and evil law. What's going on? Seeing the good and evil law, Tyrant of good and evil's emotions began to fluctuate violently. His voice gradually turned into a roar. What kind of joke is this? In this world, other than me, Tyrant of good and evil, there's actually someone who can comprehend the good and evil law. Tyrant of good and evil was a combination of good and evil thoughts of a Buddhist disciple. He was born with both good and evil in his body. His ability to comprehend the good and evil law could be said to be the will of the heavens. It was very normal. After all, he was formed from the thoughts of many Buddhist experts. But what was Zi-Chin? He didn't have good or evil thoughts. How could he comprehend the good and evil law? Why? Tyrant didn't understand, and neither did the others. But without a doubt, the good and evil law was an extremely powerful law. There was good and evil in the world. Good and evil coexisted. In addition, Zi-Chin mobilized the good and evil law hidden in his body at the same time. This tribulation was more daunting than dangerous. Xing Dao Li couldn't help but nod when he saw the scene. The heavenly Dao was emotionless and merciless. When Zi-Chin gave up on the tribulation, he suffered a backlash from the law. The law didn't kill him, but he absorbed some of the law instead. And it was that little bit of law that had become the foundation of Zi-Chen's successful tribulation. Chapter 1181. After transcending the good and evil rules, the tribulation clouds in the sky changed again. Rules appeared between heaven and earth again. This time, it was the rules of real and unreal. Relatively speaking, the rules of real and unreal were extremely difficult to comprehend. Zi-Chin had spent hundreds of years to do so. The tribulation clouds in the sky were divided into 2 halves. One was illusory while the other was real. Reality and unreal in contrast to true and unreal. What's going on? He's only been training for 1,000 years. How could he comprehend so many rules in 1,000 years? Everyone was in disbelief at the rules that Zi-Chin had comprehended. Tyrant even looked up at the sky and sighed. He felt that fate was unfair. They were all humans, but why was there such a huge gap between them? At first, he was very proud that he had finally reached Zi-Chin and become an Earth Prime. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the most peculiar rule of good and evil, which was unique to him. However, When he saw Zichen going through the tribulation today, he lost all his pride. Instead, he regretted that he had not stayed in this realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He believed that if he had stayed in that realm for a longer period of time, his gains would not have been less than Zichen's. In the distance, the Earth Prime cultivators were already numb from the shock of Zichen. However, when they saw another unique and powerful rule, they were shocked again. A total of 18 lightning tribulations fell one after another. Because he already had this rule in his body, Zichen could absorb these two rules at will. At the same time, it formed a strong defense, so the tribulation was very smooth. Life and death. This is the rules of life and death, and the rules of life. Damn it, what is going on? Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky that had turned black and white, Tyrant's roar drowned out the rolling thunder in the tribulation clouds. Rules of life. It's actually the rules of life. Life and death were life. And the rules of life and death also indicated the rules of life. This was one of the strongest rules in the world, stronger than the ordinary rules of life, because the ordinary rules of life only had a trace of vitality. However, Zichen had comprehended the rules of life, which was between life and death. It was the same as the rules of nature, belonging to the rules of the world. The moment the rules of life and death appeared, the numb crowd lost their composure. Zichen had comprehended many laws, other than the first one, which was inconspicuous. The rest of the laws were envied by others. Tyrant could not wait to send Zichen flying with a kick and replace him. Obviously, with these rules, Zichen would be the undisputed #1 in Earth Origin Sect. He could even surpass the Void Destruction tier. However, Zichen was not at all satisfied with these rules that made people envious and jealous. This was because these were not the rules he wanted. These were not his Tao. After overcoming the life and death precepts, Zichen's injuries were instantly healed. Zichen looked up at the sky and said, "The precepts I want are destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds moved, and the world lost its color. The pressure under the tribulation clouds increased by several notches. The people who had retreated 50 kilometers away felt the dangerous aura again. Their expressions changed drastically. The tribulation clouds in the sky pressed down again, as if they were right above their heads. It's not over yet. Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen looked up at the sky and felt the terrifying aura in the sky. He said, "The Dun thunder tribulation has only just begun." In the sky, the pressure from the tribulation clouds grew even stronger. However, this time, the precepts did not appear in the sky. There was only a terrifying destructive power. The group of Earth Origin Sect cultivators was far away from Zichen, but they could still feel the suffocating destructive aura in the tribulation clouds. At this moment, there were no more precepts in the tribulation clouds. There was only destruction. The tribulation clouds in the sky only expressed one intention, which was to destroy everything and kill Zichen. Zichen's tribulation had only just begun. The precepts that he had comprehended earlier circled around him and finally turned into a mysterious power. This was a power that could destroy all precepts. It was also a type of precepts called destruction. The pressure in the sky grew stronger. Destructive lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Zichen removed all the defenses around him, revealing his true form. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with high fighting spirit. From the beginning until now, Zichen had been passively defending. Now he was going to counterattack. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The first destructive thunder tribulation fell. This was a pure divine thunder. There were no precepts on it, only a destructive aura. The flaming gloves appeared in Zichen's hands. He clenched his fists tightly and rushed toward the sky. His fists began to shine. The destructive power filled the gloves. He smashed them toward the divine thunder in the sky. With a loud bang, the first divine thunder was shattered by Zichen. However, at the same time, the raging thunder power shattered Zi-Chen's gloves. The first spiritual weapon on Zi-Chen's body was shattered. The divine thunder was shattered. Zi-Chen felt a pure destructive power from it. He was absorbing this power crazily to strengthen his own destructive power. Thunder rumbled. The second spiritual weapon appeared in Zi-Chen's hands. He held the spiritual weapon and rushed toward the second divine thunder. Bang! Just like before, the destructive power cut through the divine lightning, but the spirit weapon exploded. Then there was the third, fourth, and fifth divine thunder. 5 of Zi-Chen's spiritual weapons exploded in a row. Zi-Chen took out the last dragon soul spear. After the dragon soul spear appeared, it was like a thunder dragon. It went against the sky, and a destructive power appeared on the surface of the dragon's soul spear. Boom! The 2 thunder dragons with destructive power collided head-on. Thunder rumbled and dragon roars echoed. The divine thunder was split. The dragon's soul spear flashed with lightning and blocked the attack. I blocked it. After blocking the attack, Zi-Chen's face was filled with joy. He held the dragon soul spear and continued to resist the divine thunder. The 7th divine thunder tribulation fell. The 8th divine thunder tribulation fell. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, Zi-Chen took out many ancient weapons. He controlled them with his spiritual thoughts and let them be baptized by the divine thunder of destruction. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, the ancient weapons began to glow. Thunder power raged. The ancient weapons completely blocked the bombardment of the divine thunder tribulation. Zi-Chen was even more excited. However, the excited Zi-Chen's expression soon became serious, because the number of divine thunder tribulations this time was not just 9. The 10th divine thunder tribulation fell without waiting for Zi-Chen to catch his breath. Zi-Chen was surprised and helpless. He could only continue to control the ancient weapons to block the divine thunder tribulation. Everyone was speechless. Zi-Chen's divine thunder tribulation was indeed full of twists and turns. In the sky, destructive divine thunder tribulations appeared one after another. Zi-Chen was blocking them. In the distance, Diyuan could not feel what kind of law this was. It was like the purest divine thunder, but it was very powerful. No one knew whether this was a law or not. However, they knew that this divine thunder tribulation was much more terrifying than the original one. What kind of law is this? Monk's eyes were full of doubts. This should not be a law, LV Peng said. It's not a law, but it's stronger than all the other laws, Zhang Haoyan said. Without a law, it's impossible to break through to Diyuan. Zi-Chen had comprehended some very powerful laws. The divine thunder tribulation now should be a kind of law, Su Mengyao said as she looked at Zi-Chen. This should be a powerful force. The crowd was not sure if Zi-Chen, who was undergoing his tribulation, had comprehended the rules or not. They were not the only ones who were not sure. Even Xing, Dao Li, and Zi-Chen were not sure if this destructive power was a type of rule power. Bang! Just as the 38th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, one of the ancient weapons that Zi-Chen was controlling exploded. One had to know that Zi-Chen had used an ancient weapon to fight with old Ox's earth weapon. Its toughness was comparable. However, the ancient weapon was now shattered by the divine thunder tribulation. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. Facing such a divine thunder tribulation, Zi-Chen still has several weapons that are intact. If he successfully passes the divine thunder tribulation, Zi-Chen's weapons should undergo another transformation. It's a pity that there's only one soul weapon in there. The rest are weapons without souls. Bang! Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zi-Chen's body crashed heavily on the divine thunder tribulation platform and was smashed deep into the ground. Even if he had the destructive force in his body, he was still unable to withstand the power of the divine thunder tribulation. As the power of the divine thunder tribulation increased, the destructive force became stronger. Moreover, Zi Chen felt a kind of will from it. It was a will to destroy everything. Obviously, Zi Chen was the target of destruction. When the 43rd divine thunder tribulation fell, many cracks appeared on Zi Chen's sky piercer. The cracks finally spread to the limit, and the sky piercer finally exploded. Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zi Chen, who had been repeatedly injured, suffered more and more serious injuries. Furthermore, he couldn't use the life laws when facing such injuries. Zi Chen could only rely on his recovery abilities to recover. And at that moment, Zi Chen personally experienced the terror of rule-breaking. It suppressed all the rules in the world, even the life laws. The heavily injured Zi Chen couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, be it the Dragon Soul Spear or the ancient weapon, he could only rely on himself to transcend the tribulation. Another divine thunder of destruction fell. Zi Chen was struck, and his body was charred black. Endless destructive lightning powers wreaked havoc in his body, wiping out his vitality. Zi Chen collapsed on the shattered divine thunder tribulation platform and circulated his perfect body to recover from his injuries. Although it was effective, it was very slow. Zi Chen was unable to deal with the following divine thunder tribulation. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they had different expressions. However, no matter what thoughts they had, no one could help Zi Chen at that moment. He could only save himself. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded, and the Dragon Soul Spear transformed into a lightning dragon. Then it took the initiative to rush into the sky. As for the other ancient weapons, they seemed to come to life at that moment. The flame patterns on them lit up before they automatically followed the Dragon Soul Spear and charged into the sky. This is a spirit armament's protection. When Earth Yuan saw this scene from afar, his expression changed drastically as shock immediately appeared on his face. Boom! Several weapons soared into the sky and clashed with the divine thunder of destruction, triggering an explosion. The destructive lightning powers began to wreak havoc on many weapons as another ancient weapon exploded. Chapter 1182. Even in the Tianmu continent, it was rare for a spirit weapon to protect its owner. However, it was rare, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. Everyone was just surprised, not shocked. What shocked them was that Zi Chen's ancient weapons, which didn't have spirits, would automatically protect their owners in such a dangerous situation. Everyone was confused, and so was Zi Chen. However, it was said that these ancient weapons were made by saints, so it was normal for them to be special. Several ancient weapons resisted the lightning, causing one ancient weapon to shatter and the other ancient weapons to suffer unimaginable damage. There were even two ancient weapons that had cracks on them. Zi Chen had the time to catch his breath after one divine lightning, and his injuries were recovering quickly. When the 45th divine lightning appeared, Zi Chen stood up again. After standing up, he clenched his fist, and a black ancient weapon glove appeared. Under the surge of destructive power, he swung his fist at the divine lightning of destruction. Boom! The 45th divine lightning was shattered by Zi Chen, and the destructive power of the divine lightning of destruction entered Zi Chen's body through his fist. Pum! The 46th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon of Zi Chen shattered. Bang! The 47th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon shattered. Zi Chen's injuries, which had just recovered slightly, became serious again. The 48th bolt of divine lightning appeared. Amidst the rumbling of thunder and the rumbling of thunder, only two ancient weapons were left. The Dragon Soul Spear let out a wail as cracks appeared on the spear's body. In the distance, a group of Earth-Yuans held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. If Zi Chen's divine lightning of destruction was only 49, then Zi Chen still had a chance to survive. However, if it was 59 or 81, then Zi Chen would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Many of them were extremely nervous. The 49th divine lightning of destruction was brewing in the sky. It seemed to know what this lightning represented. Therefore, it took a long time to brew this lightning. The 49th divine lightning of destruction extended the time, but not for too long, because Zi-Chen would recover. Therefore, after 3 breaths of time, the divine lightning struck down. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky, and a shockwave spread through the air, deafening everyone. A destructive lightning dragon broke through the tribulation clouds and headed straight for Zi-Chen. At this moment, Lei Long's body emitted a dazzling light. While everyone lost their hearing, their eyes were also temporarily blinded. At this moment, no one could hear or see anything. Zi-Chen looked up at the sky and activated his yin-yang eye. He watched as the lightning dragon descended. He clenched his fists, and his gloves appeared. Then he grabbed the cracked dragon soul spear with his left hand. The dragon soul appeared on the dragon soul spear, but it was extremely weak. He held an ancient long saber in his right hand, and the flame patterns on the saber lit up. Zi-Chen leaped into the air and charged towards Lei Long. Destructive energy surged from his weapon as he struck out with all his might. Boom! Another explosion resounded in the sky. The lightning exploded and became even more dazzling. Boundless destructive energy shook the surroundings. The tribulation stage, which was already in pieces, was destroyed beyond recognition. The array that LV Peng spent 100 years to set up was also destroyed in an instant. Just one divine lightning was enough to destroy the tribulation stage. The lightning was still there, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone closed their eyes, but they were eager to know the result. When the lightning finally dissipated, everyone immediately looked at the tribulation stage. It had been reduced to dust, and in the middle of the dust, there was a figure lying there. It was Zi-Chen. However, at this moment, Zi-Chen's life force was extremely weak. It could be said that he was on his last breath. He had black gloves on his hands and the dragon soul spear in his left and right hands. There were more cracks on the dragon soul spear, but it didn't dissipate. If the tribulation was over, then there was no doubt that Zi-Chen had passed the tribulation. But was the tribulation really over? Everyone looked up at the sky subconsciously. The tribulation clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated. Please don't end it. Another one. Even one will do. Many Earth Prime cultivators prayed in their hearts. As for Su Mengyao and the others, they hoped that the tribulation would end, because everyone could see that Zi-Chen was at the point of death. Any divine lightning could kill him. Everyone was more nervous than Zi-Chen. All kinds of expressions appeared on their faces. It seemed that they had run out of luck, or that the prayers of the Earth Prime cultivators had worked. In the sky, lightning flashed again in the tribulation. This was the sign of the tribulation. Yeah. Good. Beautiful. Domineering. Mighty. Seeing the tribulation again, the Earth Prime cultivators couldn't help but become extremely excited. They clenched their fists and shouted. But as soon as they lost their composure, they felt a cold, murderous intent coming at them. They quickly closed their mouths and smiled apologetically. They were so excited that they lost their composure. Because Zi-Chen was going to die, this was really something to be happy about. It was something to celebrate. The sound of thunder rumbled. Thousands of flashes of lightning flashed, and then a divine thunder fell from the sky. After seeing the divine lightning, the people of the Wuji sect were desperate. This divine lightning wasn't strong, but it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In addition, the law that Zi-Chen had comprehended was destruction. This led to the destruction law destroying all of Zi-Chen's life-saving means. He couldn't mobilize the law of life, and his flame of life was suppressed by the destruction, thunder, tribulation, and couldn't be ignited. Although this indirectly proved the power of the destruction law, it undoubtedly also caused Zi-Chen to lose his final means of turning the tables. If Zi-Chen died, it would be his own death. The dragon's soul in the dragon's soul spear cried and wanted to soar into the sky, but it had no strength. The flame patterns on the ancient long saber began to shine, but it still couldn't leave Zichen. As for Zichen, the divine lightning just now almost took away half of his life. When he saw the tribulation lightning fall, he could only hold the weapon in his hand, but he didn't have the strength to attack anymore. Shouts came from afar. Devil Ape and the others rushed toward Zichen crazily. They wanted to block the tribulation lightning for Zichen. However, a powerful force came from the lightning tribulation. This force was like an invisible barrier, blocking the Devil Ape and the others outside. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force sent the Devil Ape and the others flying. It's useless. Zichen will die. The other Earth Prime cultivators laughed sarcastically, but they were very happy. The 50th bolt of divine lightning fell on Zichen, but the expected sound didn't appear. The divine lightning fell on Zichen silently, and then Zichen's body began to glow. The light was dazzling. After the 49th bolt of tribulation lightning fell, Xingdao Li looked up at the sky without blinking. When the 50th bolt of divine lightning fell, his eyes lit up. His gaze followed the movement of the divine lightning. When the divine lightning struck Zichen, his body began to glow. His eyes also became bright. Finally, he blurted out, "The great Tao has 50, and the heavens have 49. The only variable is fortune and also life." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong life force came from afar. This life force came from Zichen. Zichen, who was glowing, emitted a strong life force. This life force was given by the heavenly Tao. It was Zichen's unique fortune. Zichen's body was glowing. The black boxing gloves on his hands were also glowing. The dragon soul spear was also glowing. The ancient long saber was also glowing. The expressions of the people in the distance changed. In their eyes, Zichen was emitting a strong life force, but Zichen, who felt this power personally, felt another aura. This was a destructive aura, and it was the purest destructive aura. The surging life force that everyone felt actually came from Zichen's body. This was the life force that had been accumulated by absorbing many lightning tribulations. It was the life force that would erupt after the lightning tribulation ended. The destructive aura that Zichen felt was contained in the 50th bolt of divine lightning. This was the purest and most gentle destructive aura. It would not hurt Zichen at all. Instead, it would deepen his understanding of the law of destruction. At the same time, the law of destruction also poured into the weapons. From now on, they would be Zichen's earth weapons. Like Zichen, they also contained destructive power. Now, Zichen was like a desert traveler who saw sweet spring water. He was drinking to his heart's content. Originally, Zichen only understood a little of the law of destruction, but now a complete law of destruction was placed in front of him. He quickly understood and comprehended it. In the sky, the tribulation clouds dispersed. Below, the life force was healing Zichen's injured body and Zichen's earth weapons. When the earth primes from the major forces saw this, they were once again filled with jealousy and resentment. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Why was Zichen so lucky? Why did he have to die every time? The tribulation clouds dispersed and the invisible barrier disappeared. Longhu and the rest rushed to Zichen and were on guard to prevent others from disturbing him. The light on Zichen's body gradually receded. He was completely naked, and his perfect figure was displayed in front of everyone. Su Mengyao blushed and pointed at Zichen. In a flash, a set of clothes automatically covered Zichen. At this moment, Zichen did not know what was happening outside. He was constantly trying to understand the law of destruction. The monk, who had nothing to do, circled around Zichen continuously, sizing him up from head to toe. "Monk, what are you looking at?" Lin Shui asked unhappily. "I'm trying to see if Zichen is human," Monk said. "How can Zichen not be human?" Lin Shui asked. Monk continued, "If he's human, why doesn't he do anything?" When Lin Shui heard that, she was furious. "Monk, how can you say that? You're the one who doesn't do anything." Monk said seriously, "He has comprehended so many laws. Is that something a normal person would do? How can that be considered human?" Chapter 1183. No matter how long a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. No matter how special a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. Zi Chen's Earth origin lightning tribulation finally came to an end after the 50th bolt of lightning. During this time they had been puzzled, ridiculed, shocked, envied. In any case, this time, Zi Chen's tribulation hadn't disappointed them. Not only had it not disappointed them, but it had made them despair. Compared to Zi Chen's tribulation, even the monks who had comprehended the laws of good and evil had lost control of their emotions, let alone the other Earth Origin's disciples. They all felt ashamed of their inferiority. They had an urge to bang their heads against the wall and kill themselves. Just by passing the lightning tribulation, Zi Chen stood above all the Earth Prime experts, surpassing everyone else. Zi Chen had advanced to the Earth Origin realm. This was a joyous occasion for the Everlasting Sect. But despite this, the Everlasting Sect didn't invite anyone to eat with them. It could be said that they were extremely stingy, which made the others dissatisfied. What do you think? The princess had watched from start to finish. Her expression had changed several times. Now she finally spoke. "It's a very mysterious and powerful law," said the middle-aged devil. "I'm asking what kind of person he is," said the princess. The middle-aged devil was silent for a moment before saying, "He's very, very dangerous. If there's a chance, we have to kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the devil race in the future. It's said that once he breaks through, he'll go to the martial war continent. We shouldn't have a chance to kill him. Furthermore, the martial war continent is so big, it's enough for him to wander around. This world is just a passing traveler to him," said the princess. The middle-aged devil smiled. "That's just your highness' guess. In truth, Zi Chen is a very sentimental person. He kills people like they're scything flax, but his heart is very soft. Furthermore, his experiences have all been dark, but his heart is always clear. He doesn't have the power to resist the entire devil race, so he can only protect this region. But once he has the power, he'll definitely protect the martial heaven continent like he did here. At that time, we'll be chased out." The middle-aged demon glanced at Zi Chen and said, "Zi Chen is very good to women and has many women around him. He is very protective of the fairer sex. However, he has tried to kill your highness several times. I believe that, if given the chance, he will not hesitate to kill your highness. People like him value their positions very much. He is very dangerous and has high potential. If given the chance, you should kill him." The princess looked at Zi Chen with a strange light in her eyes and said, "Indeed, this is a dangerous guy, but now he is almost invincible in this world. Who would have the chance to kill him? With that Heaven Prime expert, no one will be able to kill Zi Chen." Just as the two of them were talking, Zi Chen opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, Zi Chen released a powerful aura. This was the aura of an Earth Prime expert, and it was an aura that caused many Earth Primes to tremble. In the past, Zi Chen and the Everlasting Sect had been suppressed miserably by Earth Primes. Back then, just one Earth Prime expert was enough to cause the entire Everlasting Sect to be on guard. Under the pressure of Earth Primes, Zi Chen had been very eager to break through. For this reason, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Today, he had finally broken through. Today, Zi Chen could finally look down on the Earth Prime existences that were once unreachable. Zi Chen's gaze swept over those Earth Primes that had yet to leave. They subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zi Chen's gaze. Zi Chen slowly withdrew the powerful aura around him. Then he released his perception and sensed the 3 Earth weapons. Among the 3 earth weapons, only the Dragon Soul Spear was an earth spirit weapon. It contained the Dragon Soul. Originally, the Dragon Soul Spear had been severely injured, and there were cracks on the surface of the Dragon Soul Spear. However, with the eruption of vitality in Zichen's body and the last rule of destruction, not only did the Dragon Soul Spear repair itself, but the Dragon Soul Spear had also strengthened and transformed. If Zichen used the Dragon Soul Spear to attack, it would be even more powerful. As for the other 2 earth weapons, one was the black boxing glove that Zichen had obtained, and the other was a long saber that suppressed power. As for the other earth primes, the Sky Piercer and a few other ancient weapons, they were all shattered. However, Zichen was still very satisfied to be able to obtain 3 earth weapons under such a frightening lightning tribulation. Putting away the earth weapons, Zichen once again controlled his spiritual senses to recall the 9 sword steels that had flown into the distance. This lightning tribulation had far exceeded his expectations. Previously, Zichen did not need the sword steels. However, when he needed them, the sword steels could not unleash their full power. The sword steels only blocked 2 lightning tribulations before they were blasted far away. However, it was undeniable that the sword steels were still very powerful. They were just not suitable for lightning tribulations. Around him, everyone congratulated him. Similar words of congratulations could be heard continuously. Why? Why? When it was Monk's turn, the latter stared at Zichen with bloodshot eyes. What do you mean, why? Zichen looked at Monk in confusion. How did you comprehend the good and evil rule? Monk asked with widened eyes. Is it that difficult? I only used a little over 100 years to comprehend it, Zichen said again. Ah! Monk shouted angrily at the sky. If he had hair, it would have been standing on end. He shouted unwillingly, why? Good and evil rule should be my exclusive rule. What right do you have to comprehend it? Zichen looked at the crazy monk seriously and asked, Are you sick? Beside him, Demon Ape laughed and said he was provoked. It can be considered sick. Others laughed when they heard this. Zichen, congratulations on your breakthrough. A cold voice sounded from not far away. The princess came forward with the middle-aged demon. Zichen looked at her and nodded, saying thank you. Since you've successfully transcended the tribulation, let's return to the Wuji sect first, Wang Qiong said. Everyone began to return. When they returned to the Wuji sect, the news had already spread. Many people came to congratulate them. On the same day, Xingdao Li came to bid farewell. Senior is leaving. Zichen was surprised. Xingdao Li patted Zichen's shoulder and said, You're not bad. After going to the Zhanwu continent, be careful. Your chances of survival will be very high. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Only by staying alive can you become strong. Zichen nodded solemnly. Seeing you break through this time, I felt a lot. I want to go out for a walk. Senior, where are you going? I'll go to the Martial Heaven continent first. If I can't find the direction, I'll go to the Zhanwu continent. If we're really fated, we might meet there. Zichen smiled. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on you in the future. Xingdao Li laughed. Zichen suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know anything about the demon race? The demon race, the continent where the demon race lives. You're going to the dark region? Xingdao Li looked at Zichen. It's the devil ape. He's going back to get something. I'm not at ease, so I'm going with him. Senior, have you been there before? Asked Zichen. The dark region is also a continent, but it's not as large as the Martial Heaven continent. It's said that it extends from the Martial Heaven continent. Other than that, there are many other regions around the Martial Heaven continent. Currently, I haven't found any place connected to the Martial Heaven continent. This was the first time Zichen had heard of such a thing. He immediately asked, Senior, are you saying that there are other regions in this world besides the demon race's region? Xingdao Li nodded. Of course. If the Marshall Heaven continent had so many Earth primal experts, then the peak powers of the Marshall Heaven continent wouldn't count for anything in the Jianwu continent. There are many regions around the Marshall Heaven continent. It's said that these regions are connected to the Marshall Heaven continent, but for some reason, they automatically separate from the Marshall Heaven continent. Up until now, we've only found the channel between the Marshall Heaven continent and the demon race. Zichen curiously asked, then what's so special about the other regions? Are the people living there also humans? There are humans, but there are also other races. For example, the beast race, the dragon race, the bird race, the winged race, and so on. Zichen's eyes widened. There are so many races. That's still a lot. There are still many higher races that I haven't mentioned. The Marshall Heaven continent was large enough that Zichen hadn't been able to explore every region in his 1,000 years. However, Zichen hadn't expected there to be other regions outside of the Marshall Heaven continent. Furthermore, there were other races living there. In his mind, the Jianwu continent had become even vaster. With so many races entering the Jianwu continent, the conflicts would stop. Zichen was filled with anticipation. Do you know why I came to the Marshall Heaven continent? Asked Xingdao Li suddenly. Zichen said, Senior, you're originally from the Marshall Heaven continent. Xingdao Li smiled. That's only one reason. The other reason is because the Marshall Heaven continent belongs to the lower races. As for the answer I'm looking for, it's either the highest or the lowest Marshall Heaven continent. The lowest. Zichen was speechless. Once you reach the Jianwu continent, you'll naturally understand. In the present world, other than the human race, there are many other races. And those races are undoubtedly stronger than the human race. Humans are born without any power, so they are called lower races. As for the higher races, they are born in the Earth origin realm. Just as Zichen was shaking the Jianwu continent, Xingdao Li changed the topic. I haven't been to the dark region, so I don't have any good advice for you. However, if you really want to go there, you have to be careful. The details of your tribulation have probably already spread. There are many people who don't like you, especially the devil race. Practically every one of them wants to kill you, so you have to be careful. After pausing for a moment, Xingdao Li continued, Well, before I leave, I'll give you a life-saving item so you don't die there. Xingdao Li spent 3 days refining a life-saving item for Zichen before leaving. Chapter 1184. You're leaving so quickly? Asked Zichen courteously. In the past few days, his attitude toward the princess had clearly changed. It couldn't be called good, but it also wasn't hostile. Zichen was currently brewing tea. For some reason, ever since the princess had heard about the way of tea from Zichen, she would feel uneasy whenever she saw tea. She was unable to calm down when she saw Zichen brewing tea. I came here to see the Longhu sovereign breakthrough. Now that I've seen you undergo your lightning tribulation, I naturally have to leave. But before I leave, I'm a bit curious. When will you go to the Marshall War continent? Asked the princess. Zichen placed a cup of tea in front of her. Soon. However, I'm also very curious as to what your devil race is like. The princess sensed something and asked, You're interested in the devil race's territory? Zichen smiled and said, I'm just curious, that's all. Up until now, all the people who have come out of the demon race have been extremely strong. Furthermore, they have far surpassed the Tianwu continent's experts. It seems that your territory is not bad, but why would you attack the Tianwu continent? If I said it was because of ambition, would you believe me? Asked the princess. Of course not. Earth primes will leave this world and go to the Marshall War continent. If they really had ambition, they would have ruled that place, not the lowest level of the Marshall Heaven continent, said Zichen. The princess put down her cup and seriously looked at Zichen. It seems you know quite a bit. Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. The princess pondered for a moment before saying, In truth, our territory is very suitable for cultivation, but it's also very dangerous. Opportunity and danger coexist. Isn't that a good thing? Danger once or twice is fine, But if you're constantly on edge, you'll be happy. What danger? Asked Zichen curiously. It's a kind of dark storm. It's very terrifying. Only in this storm can people survive. The princess glanced at Zichen. Each year, the number of people who die in the storm is no less than the number of people who die in battle. Zichen frowned. Is there no way to stop it? The princess said, without the storms, the demons would not be able to rise again, because the energy of heaven and earth and the demons is all provided by the storms. As a member of the royal family, you should be able to mobilize a lot of resources. Could it be that even a member of the royal family can't solve this? In the demon race, there are many royal races. I am only the royal race of the power demon race. Apart from that, there are also shadow demons, flame demons, divine demons, and other races. It seems that the demon race is very unified, but in fact, there are conflicts among us. Looking at Zichen, who was deep in thought, the princess said, Actually, there is a solution to stop the storm. Ask a heaven's origin cultivator at his peak to sacrifice his life and forcibly open a channel. Let the dark energy surge into this area, but it can only protect this area, just like your sanctuary. Hearing this, Zichen was a bit speechless. Whether the princess was talking about Xingdaoli or a real heaven's origin cultivator, it was extremely unrealistic to ask them to voluntarily give up their lives at their peak. All life in the world was selfish, especially powerful cultivators. It was impossible to ask a heaven's origin cultivator to voluntarily give up his life to save a group of unrelated people. Not to mention heaven's origin cultivators. Even if it was the current Zichen, if he had to choose his own life to save the sanctuary, Zichen would definitely not agree. Under Zichen's deliberate guidance, the princess told him many things about the demon race. After that, the princess left with a few Earth's origin cultivators. On the way back, the princess suddenly said, Go back and check on the situation of the sky-splitting battle ape. Check on the sky-splitting battle ape. That's right. I suspect that Zichen might be going to the darkness continent. The sensitive princess sensed Zichen's abnormality and quickly guessed that it was related to the sky-splitting battle ape. Isn't Zichen going to the war martial continent? Why is he going to the darkness continent? Go and check on the sky-splitting battle ape. Perhaps the answer is with him. Remember, be quick. The princess led them through many transportation formations and arrived at the Devil Sect city. After arriving, they recorded the news of the sky-splitting battle ape on a piece of paper and placed it in front of the princess. Looking at the records, a smile appeared on the princess's face. After a while, she said, Men. A demon guard walked in through the door. Send a message to the darkness continent. The strongest human of the Tianwu continent, Zichen, is going to the darkness continent to find the sky-splitting battle ape. The demon guard nodded and sent someone to deliver the message. Half a day later, another piece of news reached the demon race. This piece of news was about Zichen's deeds and how Zichen could change the appearance of demons. Furthermore, the news clearly stated that the other party was very likely to be the two of them. What Zichen didn't know was that before he went to the darkness continent, the news of him going to the darkness continent had already spread. At the same time, the details of Zichen's tribulation also spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Zichen, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, once again attracted the attention of many powers. This time, Zichen's name spread throughout the Earth realm. Even many emptiness realm experts had no choice but to pay attention to Zichen. On the second day after the princess left, people from the floating mist sect came. They were several old fellows. They said that they wanted to take Su Mengyao away and let her walk on the true Tao. Su Mengyao couldn't make up her mind. Thus, these old fellows came to find Zichen. When Zichen heard this, he immediately refused. No, definitely not. Why? Mengyao's light can only truly shine in the war martial continent. Furthermore, there are experts from the floating mist sect there. You don't need to worry about her safety there. That's right. She has comprehended the most perfect floating mist Tao. If she continues to stay in the Tianwu continent, it will only be a waste of her talent. The group of old fellows were very emotional. However, no matter what they said, no matter how much they said, Zichen only had one word: no. You're selfish. Zichen, you're a despicable person. A truly selfish, despicable person. The group of old fellows were so angry that they forgot their own strength. They relied on their age to criticize Zichen. Knowing that they were truly concerned about Meng Yao, Zichen wasn't angry. He called Su Mengyao over and said, "You can follow them back to the Floating Mist sect. However, before you break through to the Emptiness realm, I will definitely not allow you to go to the War Martial continent." The few old fellows were unhappy and wanted to say something. However, Zichen coldly said, "You all are thinking about the future of the Floating Mist sect. However, in my eyes, whether the Floating Mist sect has a future or not is not important. What I want is for Meng Yao to live. Even if she loses a little bit of her talent, I don't want anything to happen to her." Zichen's attitude was firm and his words were unyielding. The few old fellows were helpless, but they could only agree. Zichen looked at Su Mengyao and solemnly warned, "Remember, before you break through to the Emptiness realm, you are not allowed to go to the War Martial continent. Even if they say that I will wait for you at the Floating Mist sect in the War Martial continent, you are not allowed to go." Su Mengyao nodded seriously and said softly, "I know." Zichen held Su Mengyao in his arms. The group of old fellows tactfully left. "Are you leaving?" Su Mengyao asked. "I am going to the Dark Continent with the demon race. After taking something, we will go to the War Martial continent." Zichen whispered in Su Mengyao's ear, "I will wait for you at the War Martial continent. At that time I will eat you." Hearing this, Su Mengyao's face instantly turned red. However, she still nodded gently and followed the few old fellows to the Floating Mist sect. In the next few days, Zichen spent his days with the three women and his nights with Shang Guanyu. As for the other two women, Zichen didn't have any thoughts of eating them because he was about to leave. No matter what, he couldn't just leave after eating them. Just like how he warned Su Mengyao, Zichen warned them that before they broke through, they were not allowed to enter the War Martial continent. This naturally included Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and the other Earth Primes of the Everlasting Sect. Of course, Tyrant didn't need to be warned. Once, after drinking, Tyrant said that the reason these old monks followed him wasn't just to help Zichen, but to watch him in case he suddenly went to the War Martial continent. To be safe, Zichen chose to stay in the War Martial continent like the other Earth Primes. He would only allow them to enter after he broke through. This way, they could intimidate the other forces and give the Everlasting Sect more time to develop. A few days later, Zichen and the Devil Ape left the Everlasting Sect and entered the Ancient Trial Road with the Ancient Token. With the Ancient Token, Zichen was the supervisor of the Trial Road and could pass through it at will. Next, Zichen mainly focused on the worlds where the Devil race existed, and then sensed and listened to their communication. The battle was still going on, and the passage of the Devil race would open from time to time. Zichen was looking for an extremely suitable passage. 10 days later, Zichen found a team of mortal primes of the Devil race. Through the conversation, Zichen learned that they were returning to the Devil race with a batch of core primes. A beam of light shot out from the Ancient Token, and the light enveloped the two of them. The next moment, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already above the team. "One for each of us." Zichen pointed at the two mortal primes below. The Devil Ape nodded. This was a team of 20 people, and they were waiting in a trial world. Suddenly, the space where they were waiting cracked, and a powerful force descended. The group of primes of the Devil race panicked and retreated in all directions. During this time, the air trembled, and the two devils disappeared into thin air. Zichen and the Devil Ape subdued them in an instant, and then searched their memories as quickly as possible. They obliterated their bodies, and then transformed into the other party's appearance. When the change happened, the group of devils dodged in time. There were only 1 or 2 minor injuries, and there were no signs of death. Zi-Chin and the devil ape stood together, and everyone gathered again. Half a day later, a group of devils came and led a team to a place completely controlled by the devil race. Chapter 1185. A cross-realm passage was no different from a teleportation portal. In just a short moment, they could reach another realm. A group of 20 demons appeared on a huge black platform. The bottom of the platform was engraved with dense black patterns, like a super-large teleportation portal. The world was dark and bright. A black sun hung in the sky. The black sun emitted a cold light, illuminating this world that was mainly black. As soon as Zi-Chin appeared, he sharply sensed the aura of more than a dozen Earth Prime demons. They were scattered around the platform. Above the platform, there was a huge black light shield supported by many Earth Prime demons. After the group of demons appeared, the leader of the demons took out a token and led everyone away from the platform, flying into the distance. During this time, they were interrogated once, but it was just official business, and they passed easily. The black light barrier was at least 100 miles in size. After walking out of the light barrier, Zi-Chin noticed that the other demons' expressions had become vigilant. After searching the memories of the demons, Zi-Chin knew that they were out of the safe zone outside the light shield. They were in a place where the storm could appear at any time. In the memories of the demons, dark storms were everywhere. Along the way, Zi-Chin released his spiritual thoughts to sense the abnormalities around him. Along the way, Zi-Chin saw mountains, trees, rivers, and even some magical beasts. But without a doubt, all of these things were black in color. The main style of this world was black. Other than that, there were no other colors. Heaven and earth were filled with extremely dense demonic power. It was much denser than the holy region where Zi-Chin was. Zi-Chin sighed in his heart. This was indeed the most suitable place for cultivation. It was indeed the place that nurtured so many powerful demons. But just as he sighed, the void where they were broke opened silently. A black hole that took up half the sky appeared, and in the black hole, a huge dark storm appeared. Boom! The storm was in a violent state as soon as it appeared. The black hurricane tore apart the space around it. The rolling sound was like thunder exploding. Sand and stones flew and covered the sky. Pum! A black mountain was uprooted by the storm. The moment the mountain was raised, it was torn apart by a wave of energy. The mountain was instantly shattered. Large patches of black forest were also directly turned into dust under the ravaging of the storm. Within the black storm, there was an extremely powerful destructive force. As soon as it appeared, it shattered everything. Many magical beasts did not even have time to cry out before they were crushed by the energy within the storm. However, within the terrifying storm, there was also a dense, nearly tangible mana. The entire black storm was composed of black mana, and as the storm swept, the mana drifted in all directions before finally surging toward this area. Because of the appearance of this storm, the already dense magic power in the world became even denser. The storm appeared very suddenly, but the group of demons did not panic. They quickly mobilized the power in their bodies to form layers of defense, and then curled up together like a black stone, allowing the storm to create a hurricane that moved their bodies. Zi-Chin exchanged glances with the devil ape. Then, the two of them passed through the center of the storm and disappeared from sight. As for the other demons, they were swept away by the energy and sent flying in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away, the two of them stopped. The devil ape, who felt the storm for the first time, sighed, "What a strange storm. I actually did not sense it at all." Zi-Chin nodded and said, "It is indeed very strange. The storm's power is very strong. Even if it is a mortal yuan, if they are unlucky, they will be in danger of dying. No wonder the demons here would attack the Sky Martial Continent. It is really too dangerous here." The devil ape soared into the sky and released his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. After a moment, he landed and said, If we continue forward, we will reach the Shadow Devil's territory. We need to pass through here, then pass through the Flame Devil's territory to reach the place I mentioned. Shadow Devil. Zi-Chun smiled and said, the demons have a strong sense of territory. If we want to pass through smoothly, I am afraid we will encounter some trouble. The Devil Ape said, there should be some trouble, but if we go through the forest, we should be able to save a lot of trouble. In the forest, there were only a few magical beasts and very few demons. Zi-Chin and the Devil Ape were both very strong, so they naturally would not care about some magical beasts. The two of them flew through the forest. The news from the Power Demon Tribe's princess had already reached the Shadow Devil's territory. Hearing that the first human Earth Yuan expert had arrived, the Shadow Devil's people were excited and had already sent people to secretly observe. Remember, if you see two demons traveling alone, stop them. If they resist, kill them without mercy. As the news spread, the Shadow Devil's people paid attention to the two demons. A few days later, the news reached the Shadow Devil's royal family. What? Two power demons were found in the Shadow Devil Mountain? What are their realms? In a black hall, a tall demon wearing black armor asked. Mortal Yuan, the demon below him replied respectfully. Did you manage to stop them? They are very strong. I could not stop them. Then send an Earth Yuan expert. Yes, Your Highness. The demons left, leaving only the seventh prince in the hall. He looked at the demon statue in front of him and sneered. Human, if it is really you, don't even think about leaving alive. Half a day later, the news came that an Earth Yuan expert had been killed. A human Yuan expert can kill an Earth Yuan expert. Humph, it must be that human. I didn't expect him to appear here. Tell them to follow me. The seventh prince shouted and left the hall with the Earth Yuan experts. The Dark Continent was not big, but it was a quarter of the Tianwu continent. Zi-Chen and the Demon Ape walked for a few days, but they were still unable to pass through the forest. During this time, the two of them encountered several storms, but they were all seen from afar. On the third day, they encountered the Shadow Devil's people, who tried to stop them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Demon Ape killed the demons. They thought that the trouble was over, but they did not expect to encounter another demon half a day later. And this time it was an Earth Yuan demon. Come out. Zi-Chin, who was walking forward, frowned slightly. The Demon Ape roared and looked in a certain direction with its blood-red eyes. You do have some skills. A cold laugh rang out, and a figure walked out of the void in front of them. Encountering demons twice in a day, our luck is really bad. Zi-Chun could not help but smile bitterly. Who are you? The Demon Ape stared at him coldly. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil laughed and said, You came to the Shadow Devil clan. I should be the one asking who you are. Zi-Chun frowned and said, We are just passing by. Passing by. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's expression turned cold. Without the permission of the Shadow Devil clan, you can't even pass by. What do you want? Zi-Chin looked at him. Nothing. I just want to invite the two of you to visit the Shadow Devil clan, said the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil. What should we do? The Demon Ape looked at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin said calmly, Kill. As soon as Zi-Chin finished speaking, the demonic ape nodded. Primordial Shadow Demon's expression changed greatly. He turned around and tried to escape. Originally, he wasn't sure of the two's identity, but after Zi-Chin said the word kill, he was sure. Therefore, he was scared and turned around to run. The message clearly stated that the two were Earth Yuan experts, and they were very strong. Humph! The devil ape coldly snorted, then made a grabbing motion in the air. Numerous black streams of air appeared on the Earth Shadow Demon's body. The streams of air were like materialized chains, binding the Earth Shadow Demon tightly, then bringing his body back. Under the imprisonment, the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's power was rapidly draining away. He was so frightened that he shouted, This is the Skybreaker clan's imprisonment ability. Uft! A black light shot out from the Demon Ape's fingers, and hit the demon's forehead. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's vision darkened, and his spiritual sense dissipated. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil died, and the imprisonment around him disappeared. His body fell to the ground. A fiery light suddenly shot out from Zi-Chen's body. The fiery light was like a spirit snake. It wrapped around the Earth Shadow Devil's body and pulled him back, disappearing from Zi-Chen's sight. Zi-Chen held a small pill cauldron in his hand. "Let's go." The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's body was sucked into the Wuji cauldron. Zi-Chen put away the cauldron, and the two set off again. Zi-Chen had no plans to go back this time, so he took the Wuji cauldron and left the Castle of Time in the Wuji sect. In the tens of thousands of years in the Castle of Time, the Wuji cauldron had refined many pills. In addition, the Wuji sect had nurtured many alchemists, enough to keep the Wuji sect running normally. After leaving the Shadow Devil royal clan, the seventh prince led his people straight to the Shadow Devil forest. Zi-Chen thought that his plan was flawless, leaving no loopholes. Little did he know that his every move was under the surveillance of the Shadow Devil royal clan. In the Shadow Demon Forest, there were many demon beasts. When Zi-Chen and the demon ape flew across the sky, they would raise their heads and look at them. Then they would pass on their movements to the king of the forest, and then to the Shadow Demon royal family. "Your Highness, are those two humans very strong?" Along the way, an Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked. At the front of the group, the seventh prince said indifferently, "The news was sent by a Mochi according to his previous behavior. This human must have a grudge with him. As for how strong he is, I don't think so. But to be able to follow the sky-splitting battle ape, he can't be weak. But to say that he's the strongest human, I don't believe. Just like us, there are many experts, but no one dares to arrogantly claim to be the strongest. Didn't the sky-splitting battle ape disappear a long time ago?" An Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked in surprise. "They disappeared in our world, but one appeared in the human world. Now that he's back, he should be trying to get the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape. But it won't be so easy to get the inheritance." Because of the precise route, the Shadow Devil royal clan headed straight for Zi-Chen's group, blocking the path of Zi-Chen and the demon ape. Chapter 1186. The two previous encounters with the Shadow Demon clan had left Zi-Chen somewhat puzzled. Now that he saw more than 10 Earth Prime, 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 Earth Prime. Earth before he could open his mouth, the seventh prince said, "Should I call you human, or should I call you Zi-Chen?" Zi-Chen and the devil ape's expressions changed instantly. "What do you mean?" "We don't understand," Zi-Chen said calmly. The seventh prince mocked. "Are you pretending to be ignorant or not?" "Hee. Since you're hiding and don't dare to show your true face, it's fine. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the Shadow Demon, seventh prince. You can call me your Highness or seventh prince. I'm here because I'm waiting for someone called Zi-Chen." The seventh prince looked at Zi-Chen and asked mockingly, "I want to find him and kill him. May I ask if you're Zi-Chen?" The devil ape said telepathically, "What's going on? How did they know we were coming here?" Zi-Chen instantly recalled the scene when he was chatting with the princess. He was still a little puzzled as to why she was so talkative all of a sudden. It turned out that she had already guessed his intention. This woman's intelligence is indeed terrifying. Zi-Chen sighed in his heart. He looked at the seventh prince and said, "So what if I am, and so what if I'm not?" The seventh prince smiled and said, "If you are, I'll kill you. If you aren't, I'll let you go, but you have to leave through here." As he spoke, the seventh prince pointed at his crotch and looked at Zi-Chen mockingly. Zi-Chen's body flashed, and his true form appeared. He was wearing black clothes and had an indifferent expression. Beside him, the devil ape also revealed his true form. "Hello, seventh prince," Zi-Chen greeted. "Hello, Zi-Chen," the seventh prince said calmly. "It must be the princess of Power Demon who sent you the message." "You're very smart." Hearing the seventh prince's silent acknowledgement, Zi-Chen said, "I want to know how you found us." The seventh prince pointed to the dense forest below and said, "Do you see the demonic beasts here? These are all our people." Zi-Chen was immediately relieved. Just like how the seventh prince could mobilize the demonic beasts here, Zi-Chen could also mobilize the demonic beasts in the sanctuary. As long as he was willing, all the demonic beasts could provide him with clues. Furthermore, with the information that the princess had sent back earlier, it was normal for the other party to be able to find them. Furthermore, the princess must have guessed that the devil ape wanted to return to the demon race. The demon race belonged to an unknown place. Zi-Chen could come here for the devil ape, but he definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to come here rashly. Therefore, she had already guessed that there would be two people. Thinking back to when the two of them first met, Zi-Chen was still a demon, but once he made a move, he would be exposed, so the princess had sent people to find two demons. Zi-Chen looked at the dozen, or so Earth Prime cultivators, in front of him. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Zi-Chen took in all of their realms. These were all Earth Prime cultivators. Perhaps they were very strong and not ordinary, but in Zi-Chen's eyes, as long as they were Earth Prime cultivators and not Emptiness Realm cultivators, there was no difference. As he expanded his spiritual senses again, Zi-Chen didn't find any Emptiness Realm cultivators hiding in the surroundings. He asked, "I want to ask if there are still many people waiting for me along the way." The seventh prince smiled and said, "Of course, there are many princes and princesses waiting for you. However, since I have found you, they no longer have any chance. Your path forward will end here." Zi-Chen nodded and said, "You are confident that you can stop me. I have already guessed that you are very strong, but I still want to know what the princess of Power Demon said about me." The strongest Earth Prime cultivator of the human race, the seventh prince, answered sincerely. Zi-Chen smiled and said, "She is telling the truth, but you don't seem to believe her. Of course, there are only strong cultivators in the world. There's no such thing as the strongest cultivator. Moreover, as a member of the Shadow Demon Royal family, I am confident that I am stronger than humans. Even if a human spiritual body comes, I will not lose," the seventh prince said confidently. Zi-Chen nodded again and said, "It seems that you are very smart. So, do you want to fight me as a group or one-on-one?" "I want to see the strongest cultivator of the human race. Naturally, I will choose one-on-one." "Okay." Zi-Chen nodded and looked at the demon ape. The demon ape nodded as well. After nodding, the demon ape retreated dozens of meters. Then its body began to glow. Rays of light shone brightly. Then, each ray of light turned into a figure. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures appeared around the demon ape. Then, these figures rushed in all directions. After a while, screams came from the forest. The screams came from the demonic beasts that were preparing to watch the battle. The clones were killing the demonic beasts one at a time. As Earth Prime cultivators, none of them were fools. After seeing this, the seventh prince and the other Earth Prime cultivators became very serious. Obviously, they guessed Zi-Chen's intention. The seventh prince said, "You want to kill all of us." "Of course, I won't let any of you go." "Shameless boasting." The seventh prince roared and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the seventh prince, who suddenly disappeared, Zi-Chen sneered. He turned around and punched behind him. This punch was just pure power. Even the rules were not used. Boom! The void was punched through by the punch. The terrible power gushed forward. The seventh prince's figure just appeared and was facing the power of Zi-Chen's attack. His expression changed. He raised both his palms to meet the attack. With another bang, the seventh prince flew backward. His expression changed again and again. He sighed and said, "The strongest cultivator of the human race is indeed extraordinary. But I have changed my mind now. I want to fight as a group instead of one-on-one." Zi-Chen shrugged and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Demon ape, kill all the demonic beasts within 100 miles. The demon ape nodded and left in a flash. Around them, the Earth-Yuans looked even more serious. Some of them immediately took out their Earth spiritual weapons. Zi-Chen's move was obviously to kill everyone and ensure that his whereabouts would not be exposed by the demonic beasts. He dared to do this in the face of so many Earth-Yuans. Obviously, he was very confident. Therefore, the Earth-Yuans became very cautious. They all mobilized the power of rules and surrounded Zi-Chen. "Kill!" Shouts rang out. Terrifying energy began to ripple. Earth-Yuans came from all directions. Poof! Zi-Chen's 2 fingers formed a sword and slashed forward. The sword Qi formed by the destruction of rules slashed forward. The power of an Earth-Yuans who came forward was instantly dispersed. His defense was broken and his body was split in 2. After his body was split, Zi-Chen spat out a ball of fire from his body. The fire wrapped around the Earth-Yuan's body and kept him in the Wuji cauldron. Not long after, a sphere of laws would be successfully refined. After the first strike, Zi-Chen's figure flashed. He was much faster than the shadow demon. He dodged several attacks and arrived before the second shadow demon. He pointed his finger again. A sword Qi pierced through the shadow demon's forehead and extinguished his soul. Boom! The void exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out. Many Earth-Yuans' attacks exploded. However, they could not harm Zi-Chen at all. Zi-Chen's figure flashed again and arrived before the third Earth-Yuans. Poof! The third Earth-Yuans did not have time to react and was killed. After a round of attacks, the shadow demon's side lost 3 Earth-Yuans. The others gathered together and looked at Zi-Chen in fear. "You are so powerful." Deep fear appeared in the seventh prince's eyes. At the same time, he regretted that he had underestimated the humans and did not bring any emptiness realm experts with him. "Zi-Chen, if you have the chance, capture some Earth-Yuans alive. That way, the fragments of rules you refine will be complete." Cauldron Spirit's voice transmitted into Zi-Chen's mind. Looking at the terrified Earth-Yuans, Zi-Chen mocked, "What's wrong? Scared?" The shadow demon's Earth-Yuans did not reply. They all looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince transmitted, "Find a chance to escape. Since none of you are going to make a move, it's my turn." Upon finishing those words, Zi-Chen moved at extreme speed. He appeared before an Earth-Yuans like a ghost. He knocked the Earth-Yuans unconscious with a single palm strike. He then kept the Earth-Yuan's body in his cauldron. Bang! Zi-Chen's figure flashed again, and the second Earth-Yuans collapsed. Thump! Zi-Chen clenched his fist and smashed the third Earth-Yuans unconscious. With Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Zi-Chen no longer killed. He knocked the Earth-Yuans unconscious and kept them in his cauldron. In a short period of time, all the Earth-Yuans had entered Zi-Chen's cauldron. Only the seventh prince was left. The seventh prince was terrified, but in the face of Zi-Chen's phantom-like speed, it was impossible for him to escape. "I'll kill you!" the seventh prince shouted. He then took out his Earth Soul weapon and swung it at Zi-Chen. Heaven and Earth were split apart by this attack. Powerful energy surged as if it was going to destroy everything. Zi-Chen held the cauldron in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He punched towards the sky. Boom! Golden light flashed. This extremely domineering punch struck the Earth Soul weapon. A deafening explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The powerful energy contained in the Earth Soul weapon was shattered by Zi Chen's punch. However, when the Earth Soul weapon collided with Zi Chen's fist, a loud clang was heard. Then, a repulsive force came from the Earth Soul weapon and sent the seventh prince flying. When they looked at Zi Chen, they saw only a white mark on his fist. What? How is this possible? Looking at the white mark, the seventh prince widened his eyes in disbelief. He was attacked by the Earth Soul weapon, and his defense was not broken. What kind of physique did he have? Zi Chen laughed mockingly. He rushed towards the seventh prince and punched again. Don't let them escape. Let my big brother take revenge for me. Just as Zi Chen rushed over, the seventh prince suddenly shouted towards the sky. He knew that he was going to die, so he sent a message. His voice traveled over 100 miles. Then he held the Earth Soul weapon tightly and launched a crazy attack at Zi Chen. Bang! Moments later, the seventh prince's Earth Soul weapon exploded and the seventh prince entered the everlasting elixir cauldron. As a prince, his strength was not bad. However, he was still far from the Power Devil Princess. Zi Chen only had to use a little effort to kill him. The devil ape flew over from afar and smiled bitterly. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. However, that shout just now traveled over 500 to 600 miles. I'm afraid the news has already spread. It's fine. Let's speed up and pass through here. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, Chapter 1187. It took 3 days for the news of the death of the seventh prince to reach the first prince of the Shadow Demon clan. What? The seventh prince is dead? Hearing the news, the first prince's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The news came 3 days ago. He went to kill humans, but soon the demonic beasts heard the seventh prince's request for help. They asked for your help to avenge him. An Earth Prime Shadow Demon in the hall said. What happened? The first prince's shock disappeared, and his face became gloomy. There was no battle. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. It's all because of that damned Mo Yen. It's all because of her. The first prince's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slowly recovered and asked, How many people were there? And how many people did my brother bring? There were only 2 people. One was a human, and the other was a sky-splitting battle ape. No one could tell the details of the battle, but according to the demonic beasts, the sky-splitting battle ape didn't attack. It was only the human. The seventh prince brought 14 Earth Prime Shadow Demons. Hearing the Earth Prime Minister's words, a sinister smile appeared on the first prince's face. Just one person, but he managed to kill 14 Earth Prime Ministers. He's the strongest human in the Earth Prime Ministers. Haha, that bitch Emochio. She had predicted all of this. The Earth Prime Shadow Demon asked curiously, What do you mean? That be asterisk TCH. She does have a grudge against humans, but she didn't lie. Humans are indeed strong. She told us the truth because she thought we wouldn't believe her. That's why we underestimated humans and suffered a great loss, the first prince said coldly. So, you mean that humans are very strong? The first prince coldly snorted. Humans are the weakest creatures in the world, but they are also the strongest. Among them, the weak are very weak, while the strong are very strong. This human, named Zi Chen, is clearly one of the best among the humans. Perhaps his combat strength even exceeds that of a human spirit. Stronger than a human spirit? That's bad. The first prince frowned. What's wrong? When the third prince heard the news, he was furious. He brought people to surround the humans. What? How many people did he bring? Did he bring any virtual realm masters? He only brought 5 people. He didn't bring an emptiness realm expert, but there was a half-step emptiness realm expert. Not good. The first prince's expression changed as he said, Go and find Mr. Zun. We'll go there first. After saying that, the crowned prince left the palace. He seemed to have teleported. A pair of wings appeared on his back. They were pitch black and emitted a dense devil chi. Occasionally, silver light would flash through them. That silver light was the lightning energy that only existed in the martial heaven continent. The first prince grabbed Yuan and flapped the wings on his back. The next moment, he disappeared from the hull. With the addition of the shadow demon's wings, it was like adding wings to a tiger. There were magical beasts on the ground that could walk. There were magical beasts in the sky that could fly. Therefore, Zichen and the devil ape were constantly under surveillance as they hurried on their journey. 3 days passed very quickly. The two needed to maintain their stamina, so they barely made it out of the dense forest. Since they were unfamiliar with this place and did not have any teleportation arrays, they could only rely on flying. The speed of the two could be said to be much slower. In these 3 days, the two encountered 4 storms. 2 of them appeared right in front of them. If the two were only mortal Yuan or core Yuan, they would have been seriously injured, even if they did not die. After staying here for more than 10 days, the two finally felt the living environment of the devil race. Compared to the martial heaven continent, the energy of heaven and earth here was denser. It was more suitable for the devil race to cultivate, but it was too dangerous. Even though Zichen had experienced many life and death situations along the way, it was still child's play compared to the devil race. Rumble. A black hole appeared in front of the two. There was a storm in the black hole, and the storm was mixed with devil chi. Seeing this scene, the devil ape shouted again. Zichen sighed twice in one day. What kind of luck is this? Zichen's voice was instantly drowned out by the storm, and in the storm, there was a sharp whistling sound. This was the sound of some black crystals rotating at high speed. This sound was like a hidden weapon cutting through space. These crystals were very powerful. If a mortal Yuan was hit in the head, his defense would be broken and he would definitely die. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound rang in Zichen's ears. Zichen reached out and grabbed a black crystal. On the other side, the devil ape also reached out and grabbed a few black crystals. The storm could not do anything to the two. The two passed through the storm in a straight line. After passing through the storm, the two held a handful of black crystals in their hands. Looking at the black crystals, the devil ape laughed. Brilliant devil crystal. I didn't expect the brilliant devil crystal to be produced in these storms, and it can be seen everywhere like cabbages in the human world. Zichen also nodded and said, most of the Earth Yuan demons have Earth spirit weapons in their hands. It is also closely related to the brilliant devil crystal that can be seen everywhere. Yes, this area is dangerous, but there are also opportunities. Danger and opportunity coexist. It seems that it is also a kind of law of the world. Zichen laughed easily. Indeed, you can try to comprehend this law. Zichen's smile froze in the next moment. He kept the brilliant devil crystal in his hand and looked ahead. The devil ape also sensed the abnormality and turned to look ahead. There were 5 Earth Yuan demons standing there. Zichen was still in his human form, so it was easy to recognize him. The third prince stared at him and said coldly, "You killed my 7th brother." Zichen looked at him. "You're here for revenge." "I'm here for you to be buried with my 7th brother." Zichen spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid your wish will not be fulfilled because your 7th brother can no longer be buried." Then Zichen took out a law sphere and said, "This is it. This is your 7th brother." The third prince's face became incomparably cold. The other 4 Earth Yuan demons also emitted a crazy killing intent. One of the Earth Yuan demons even had a fluctuation similar to the emptiness realm around him. It was obvious that he had touched the threshold, but had not truly broken through. "Pay for my 7th brother's life," the third prince shouted. The power of law surged around him. He held a long sword in his hand and charged at Zichen. At the same time, the other 4 also took out their earth weapons and charged at Zichen. Beside him, the devil ape looked at Zichen and asked, "Should we kill them all?" "Forget it. We'll be found out sooner or later." Don't kill too many people. Besides, their lives are not easy. Let them live a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in Zichen's hand. It was an ancient weapon that had passed the heavenly tribulation, but had no spirit. Zichen held the long sword and said, "You can't play with a sword like that." As he spoke, Zichen held the sword and slashed forward. As the sword fell, the sword light appeared. The destructive power of law wrapped around the sword light. The third prince felt that Zichen's sword contained a special power. The sword seemed to have sealed off all the space around it. Facing this sword, he only had two choices: advance or retreat. If he advanced, he would have to face the sword light. If he retreated, he would be in a passive position. Facing this strange feeling, the third prince shouted. Then he held the long sword tightly and slashed forward. The black sword light flashed, and he could vaguely hear the angry roar of the spirit in the sword light. Bang! Clang! The sword light collided and exploded, followed by the clang of the long sword. Zichen's black sword light flashed and disappeared. At the same time, Zichen tapped his foot and retreated. Just as he retreated, for sharp attacks cut through the space where he was originally standing. Just as Zichen retreated, the third prince was also pushed back by a powerful force. As he retreated, the long sword in his hand made a cracking sound. Then, the long sword split into two from the middle. The fracture was smooth and clean. In just one blow, the earth weapon in his hand was cut in half. Zichen's earth weapon had gone through many lightning tribulations and contained the destructive power of law. It was too easy for it to destroy ordinary earth weapons. But the third prince didn't know that when he saw this, his expression changed drastically. He finally realized how strong the human in front of him was. He got to know Zichen again, but he wasn't afraid because they had the advantage in numbers. But Zichen's next move told him that sometimes numbers could be decisive, but sometimes numbers didn't matter at all. Zichen retreated a few steps and dodged several attacks. Then, without waiting for the shattered space to recover, Zichen stepped forward. With one step, he covered dozens of meters and arrived in front of the 4 Earth Primes. Holding the black sword in his hand, he slashed forward. Puff! The sword light flashed, and an Earth Primes was beheaded. Blood spurted from the neck, and the head flew into the distance. Puff! Another saber fell, and the saber light flashed and disappeared. The second head flew high into the air. Puff! The third sword light fell, and the third Earth Primes was killed. Clang! The fourth Earth Prime was very powerful. He was a half-step ethereal realm expert. He blocked the purple Imperial Long Saber's attack. However, when the attack landed, the earth weapon in his opponent's hand was cut open, and the spirit's soul in it was immediately destroyed. Puff! The second sword light fell, and the half-step virtual realm in his body was instantly destroyed. But he was still alive. The Earth Prime's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with fear. He threw away the remaining half of the earth weapon in his hand and fled. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the human in the distance suddenly appear in front of him. Then, a black sword light, mixed with some flames, lit up in front of him. Puff! The fourth Earth Prime's head rolled. In the blink of an eye, Zichen killed 4 Earth Primes, including a half-step to the virtual realm. Such an easy way of killing shocked the third prince, so much that he didn't immediately run away. He only reacted when Zichen's cold eyes fell on him. He screamed in horror and fled. Zichen glanced at the third prince coldly. Then he put away his sword and took out the everlasting pill cauldron to collect the 4 Earth Prime's corpses. It was a pity that Zichen couldn't control himself once he started using the saber. He would naturally kill people instead of knocking them out. Chapter 1188. The brothers and sisters of the royal demon clan were the same as the humans of the Tianmu continent. They were filled with all kinds of internal strife. The shadow demon clan was the same. The seventh prince's death had caused many princes to secretly rejoice. Many princes fought and schemed against each other. However, the third prince, seventh prince, and first prince were true brothers. They had a good relationship since they were young. When they grew up, they stood on the same side. When the third prince heard that his younger brother had been killed, he was furious and came to find Zichen to seek revenge. He was stronger than his younger brother and had brought along a half-step ethereal realm expert and 3 powerful earth realm experts. His lineup was stronger than his younger brother's, so he was confident that he could kill the humans. Before he came, he had already guessed that the humans were strong, so he brought along 4 people. However, when the battle started, he knew that the humans were actually so strong. The humans' super strong combat power had completely exceeded the third prince's imagination. When the battle started, he was all alone. The 4 people beside him had all died. Even the half-step ethereal realm expert had died. Is he still human? How can there be such an existence among the humans? At this moment, the third prince was running away in fear. In the distance, some demonic beasts saw the powerful shadow demon, earth realm expert, running away. They were so frightened that they ran away. The birds in the sky also spread their wings and flew away. Zichen quickly caught up. He kept his long saber and formed a sword with 2 fingers. A sharp sword chi slashed towards the third prince. Help! The sword chi was blocked by the third prince. He screamed in fear and ran away again. Zichen walked behind him with a cold expression. This scene was destined to be spread to the outside world through the demonic beasts. It would spread to the various powers. Zichen's action was obviously to intimidate. Whether it was effective or not, Zichen had to intimidate them. He was a human and had no conflict of interest with the royal demon clan. In the world, as long as there was no conflict of interest, they could not be considered enemies. Zichen had killed the 7th prince and was now chasing the 3rd prince like a dog. He wanted to show off his strength. When the news spread, if the others wanted to surround and attack Zichen, they would first have to consider the losses. Was it worth it to lose so many Earth realm experts for a human with whom they had no enmity? The 3rd prince continued to run. His cries for help and his screams continued to ring out. Help, help! Under Zichen's deliberate urging, the 3rd prince ran for tens of thousands of miles. Many magical beasts within those tens of thousands of miles were frightened by this scene. Zichen released a powerful aura around him. Wherever he passed, all beasts prostrated themselves before him. Stop! An explosive shout came from the horizon behind them. The shout was filled with endless killing intent. Zichen turned his head and saw a winged shadow devil flying towards him. The moment he saw the shadow devil, Zichen's eyes lit up. The 3rd prince's eyes also lit up. He shouted, "Big brother, save me!" Stop! The 1st prince, who had come forward, shouted again. His body was emitting the aura of a half-step virtual realm expert. Pooh! Zichen retracted his gaze from the 3rd prince's wings, and then indifferently glanced at the 3rd prince. The sword chi in his hand slashed out, and the 3rd prince's miserable shriek came to an abrupt end as a head flew high into the air. The powerful shadow demon 3rd prince was like a little chick in front of Zichen. He was easily killed. Damn it! The 1st prince's eyes emitted cold, killing intent. A black light flashed, and a black spear appeared in his hand. He gripped the spear tightly, shook his wings, and rushed towards Zichen. His opponent's speed was very fast. Everywhere he passed, there were only afterimages. Pooh! The spear pierced through Zichen's body. A burst of energy erupted from the spear and crushed Zichen. What was crushed was only the doppelganger. Zichen's real body appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the 1st prince's wings, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. With the wings, the 1st prince's speed was definitely the fastest among the shadow demons. And the shadow demons were also the fastest among the demon race. In other words, the 1st prince was the fastest among the demon race. However, his full-speed attack was easily dodged by his opponent. This made the first prince angry, but there was a trace of surprise on his face. After a short exchange, the two retreated and opened up a distance. The demon ape stood in the distance and did not approach. "Human, I want you to die." The third brother's headless body fell to the ground. The first prince's face was full of hatred. He shook the spear in his hand and rushed towards Zichen again. Zichen stood in the same place. As the first prince approached, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The golden fist light illuminated the world. Zichen's figure suddenly became incomparably tall. This fist gave off an extremely domineering feeling. Pooh! A powerful force was released where the fist light passed. The first prince coughed up blood and flew backwards. The anger on his face completely turned into shock. He pointed at Zichen and said in shock, "You!" Zichen looked at the first prince and pointed at the wings on his back. "Let me ask you a question. Where did you get these wings?" "These are the supreme treasures of our royal shadow demon clan." Hearing this, Zichen's mouth had a trace of ridicule. "The supreme treasures of the royal shadow demon clan. These are clearly the supreme treasures of the Thunder clan." "Nonsense. These things have been in our royal shadow demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years," the first prince said. Zichen sneered. A light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. The moment the heavenly thunder wings appeared, the first prince's expression immediately changed. He was shocked, surprised, and pleasantly surprised, because both the wings emitted waves of suction, as if they were originally one. The first prince looked at the 4 heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back with greed in his eyes. Zichen said indifferently, "This is the Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly thunder wings. With them, it is equivalent to having the fastest speed in the world." The first prince nodded with a satisfied expression. "Very good. Thank you for bringing me such a supreme treasure from the human world." Zichen said, "You're welcome. I also didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen took a step forward. With a flap of his lightning wings, his figure disappeared from the spot. When Zichen disappeared, the first prince's pupils shrank. Then a powerful force appeared before him. A huge fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. On this fist there was a mysterious power of the natural order. The first prince shouted and flapped his wings. He retreated while holding his spear tightly. Mobilizing the power of the natural order, he blocked the fist. Pum! With a loud bang, a powerful force raged. A huge black hole appeared in the void. Zichen stood in the black hole. The powerful suction force couldn't do anything to him. As for the first prince, he was sent flying by Zichen's punch. He coughed out blood. However, as the first prince, be it in terms of attack or defense, he was an extremely powerful existence. Zichen couldn't kill him with a single blow. Half-step void energy circulated around the first prince's body. The powerful destructive force of Zichen's attack was being neutralized by him. After retreating a few hundred meters, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. What a strong attack! He shook the spear in his hand and mobilized the power of the natural order again. Then he shouted, Shadow Demon's secret technique. As he shouted, thousands of black lights suddenly rushed out from the first prince's body. When these black lights reached the sky, they turned into clones. These clones were like the first prince, holding spears in their hands. Hundreds of clones appeared at the same time. They emitted the same aura. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. Die. Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their cold and indifferent voices sounded. Then, hundreds of people holding spears rushed toward Zichen. This was a clone attack. Each one of them was a real body. Zichen didn't need the yin-yang eye to sense it. Looking at the hundreds of figures approaching, he just smiled indifferently. Then he clenched his fists and took a step forward. He had already used the combo technique. All the clones had just approached Zichen. Before they could launch a powerful attack, Zichen's combo technique would arrive first. After the combo technique, Zichen's footwork changed. His body would immediately leave his original position and appear in another direction. Then, several more combo techniques bloomed with a bright golden light. Looking from afar, Zichen, who was emitting a golden light, was completely surrounded by the first prince. The space left for Zichen to move was very narrow. However, in this narrow space, one explosion after another rang out continuously. Bang! Bang! After the combo technique, a golden light would enter the clone's body. Then the clone would explode. Zichen's combo technique was very fast. In an instant, he could unleash dozens of combo techniques. Therefore, these hundreds of clones couldn't get close to Zichen. When all the clones were destroyed, Zichen clenched his fists and punched towards the chest of the last figure. Boom! Boundless golden light surged into the body of the last figure. Dazzling golden light spread from the inside out, and finally the figure exploded. The moment the figure exploded, the void behind Zichen broke open silently. A spear appeared and pierced through the gap in the lightning wings, stabbing towards Zichen's back. The one holding the spear was the first prince with a ferocious expression. He had been hiding all this while waiting for this moment to attack. In his opinion, this attack was foolproof. The human would definitely die. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The human had turned around at some point. His cold eyes seemed to be saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zichen grabbed the spear that contained the power of the void with his left hand. A pitch-black glove appeared on his left hand. The first prince couldn't break free from the spear. His expression changed drastically. However, before he could give up, a ghastly saber light appeared in front of him. He shouted and blocked with the spear in his hand again. At the same time, he activated the power of the void to protect his body. Pooh! Where the saber light passed, the spear was instantly cut in half. At the same time, the arm that the first prince used to hold the spear was also cut off. The saber light continued to rush forward, leaving a long wound on his chest. However, because of this, he managed to survive. He quickly retreated several hundred meters. Although he was heavily injured and his earth spiritual weapon was destroyed, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and joy. Haha, Zichen, I have to thank you. Chapter 1189. The earth weapon was cut open, and one of the first prince's arms was chopped off. However, the first prince suddenly laughed loudly. This puzzled Zichen. However, when he saw the sudden appearance of these powers in the void, he couldn't help but frown. He said in shock he actually broke through. The first prince's half-step void power had turned into the true power of the void. The first prince had broken through to the emptiness realm at such a critical moment. This surprised Zichen and even the first prince himself. Therefore, he laughed proudly. Zichen had given him too much pressure. If he didn't do well, he might have died. It was this pressure of life and death that allowed him to break through the bottleneck. The Earth Prime Realm comprehended the rules and mobilized the power of the rules. As for the Emptiness Realm, they mobilized the power of the void. This was evolved from the rules. Of course, it was of a higher level than the rules. Zichen had seen and fought with Emptiness Realm experts when he was in the Human Prime Realm. However, he had never seen anyone break through to the Emptiness Realm. He looked in front of him curiously. With the first prince as the center, the power of the void within 1,000-meter radius was mobilized and gathered towards him. This power of the void merged with his body and healed his injuries. Even his severed arm was growing on its own. At the same time, the void within 1,000-meter radius seemed to be isolated and merged with his body. A black light flashed, and the demon ape appeared in front of Zichen. It looked at the first prince, who was hundreds of meters away, and said in surprise, as expected of the first prince of the Shadow Demon clan. The emptiness realm that he formed for the first time is actually 1,000 meter wide. 1,000 meter wide? Is it different? Zichen asked in confusion. He didn't know much about the emptiness realm. The demon ape shook its head and said, "It's not the same. Everyone breaks through to the emptiness realm and forms a different emptiness realm space. This has a lot to do with the rules that they comprehended. For those who comprehended normal rules, their emptiness realm space is probably only dozens or dozens of meters wide. For those who comprehended extraordinary rules, their emptiness realm space can be hundreds of meters wide. This 1,000-meter wide emptiness realm space is already very unique." Zichen nodded and said, "Since he is the first prince of the shadow demons, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. It's normal for him to be stronger than normal emptiness realm experts." The demon domain laughed and said, "There are big and small emptiness realm spaces. However, there are pros and cons." "What do you mean?" Zichen asked. The demon domain explained, "When one breaks through, the emptiness realm space is very large. Naturally, when one is in the emptiness realm, one's combat power will be much greater than that of others of the same level. However, it is precisely because the emptiness realm is so large that it requires a lot of resources, time, and energy to successfully transform the emptiness realm space into a reality realm space. A small emptiness realm space can be broken through very quickly, but a large emptiness realm space will require a very long period of time. At that time, when the reality realm is against the emptiness realm, with a difference of one level, the emptiness realm will definitely die." "Is that so?" Zichen was surprised. "This is something from my inherited memories." "There shouldn't be any mistake," the demonic ape said. Suddenly, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in the Tu's sea of consciousness. In the Zhanwu continent, there were many cultivators who wanted to survive and advance their realms quickly. They would deliberately shrink their virtual realm and realms. In the early stages, their realms would advance quickly and their combat strength would be very strong. But in the later stages, their potential would be greatly affected by their lack of physical strength. Such people would never have the chance to become experts. Zichen and the demonic ape nodded. Of course, there were pros and cons. The two of them were well aware of this. "Zichen, your chance has come," Cauldron Spirit said again. "What chance?" Zichen asked. "Kill this guy who has just made a breakthrough, and I will help you refine his emptiness realm into an Edict of Void. By absorbing the energy of the Edict of Void, you will be able to strengthen yourself and comprehend your own emptiness realm." Zichen's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He asked, "What do you mean, Elder?" "That's right. This is a shortcut to the emptiness realm, but it is prepared for experts who can kill enemies of a higher level," Cauldron Spirit transmitted. "The edict you have comprehended is very special. You have also comprehended many other edicts. It will take you a very long time to make a breakthrough to the emptiness realm with your own strength. It might take 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. But now that you have the Edict of Void, as long as you can refine enough Edicts of Void, you will be able to greatly shorten your cultivation time." Zichen's expression immediately became excited. When he looked at the first prince again, his eyes were filled with undisguised greed. It was as though he was looking at a naked beauty. It must be said that at this moment, Zichen found the first prince to be very pleasing to the eye. Not only did this guy deliver a part of the heavenly thunderwings to him, he even made a breakthrough to the emptiness realm right in front of him. And his own emptiness realm was of great use to Zichen. It was obvious that this person was here to deliver a treasure to Zichen. Zichen sighed in his heart. This was truly a person with noble sentiments, fearless and selfless dedication. In order to fully form the emptiness realm, a large amount of void energy must be extracted. This void energy must first be refined and then integrated into the emptiness realm through the body. Zichen was not in a hurry as the breakthrough continued. Instead, he hoped that the first prince would make the breakthrough slowly so that he could absorb more void energy. Cauldron's spirit had said that the stronger the emptiness realm, the more edicts of void one would be able to cultivate and absorb. While they were waiting, the first prince's reinforcements finally arrived. The reinforcements were 3 shadow demons. 2 of them were in the Earth Yuan realm, and the last one was in the emptiness realm. When the 3 saw the first prince making a breakthrough from afar, a trace of astonishment immediately appeared on their faces. But soon after, that astonishment turned into ecstasy. Breakthrough. The first prince actually made a breakthrough. Who would have thought that the first prince would make a breakthrough at this moment? This is just too timely. With 2 emptiness realm experts joining hands, no matter how powerful this human is, he will still die today. The 3 were both surprised and excited, but just in case, they quickly rushed to the first prince and protected him in the middle. When they arrived near the first prince, one of the Earth Yuan experts said, "Strange. The first prince is making a breakthrough. If he doesn't attack, he should be running away. Why are the 2 of them standing there?" The second Earth Yuan expert said disdainfully, "Of course they are stupid. Look at their stupefied faces. They must have never seen an emptiness realm expert make a breakthrough. They are probably in a state of shock and won't be able to run away." The emptiness realm expert suddenly saw the third prince's corpse on the ground and the human head in the distance. He coldly said, "This human must die." The first prince's breakthrough lasted for a full 15 minutes. The surrounding void energy continuously converged towards the first prince. At the same time, with the first prince as the center, an emptiness realm with a radius of 1,000 meters appeared. What shone between heaven and earth was a black radiance, but within the emptiness realm it was a white space. At this moment, everyone, including Zi Qin and the demonic ape, was within the emptiness realm. Following the first prince's breakthrough, Zi Chen could clearly feel an additional pressure within the white emptiness realm. This was caused by the void energy. The 3 shadow demons were still admiring the size of the first prince's emptiness realm. At the same time, they stared at the 2 people in front of them vigilantly. Zi Qin and the demonic ape looked at the first prince quietly until he made a breakthrough. After the first prince made a breakthrough, the aura around him became 10 times stronger. As he opened his eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, he was feeling his own body and the emptiness realm. In an instant, he felt everything. Then he saw the 3 shadow demons beside him. The 3 of them repeatedly congratulated him. The first prince smiled and nodded. He had made a breakthrough and recovered from his previous injuries. His only regret was that his earth weapon was completely destroyed. As his gaze moved, the first prince saw Zi Chen in front of him. He was obviously surprised. He said, "You didn't take the opportunity to run away." Zi Chen felt strange and asked, "Why should I run?" The first prince said coldly, "Indeed, it doesn't matter whether you run or not, because you won't be able to escape from here. You will die. I want to avenge my 2 brothers. Also, the wings behind your back are mine." After he finished speaking, the first prince pointed a finger at Zi Chen. In the emptiness realm, waves of void energy appeared. The void energy came from all directions and pressed down on Zi Chen. It was like a huge net that enveloped him. "This is my world. I have the final say." Zi Chen's body was imprisoned by the void energy. The first prince's cold voice sounded. Zi Chen's expression was calm, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, the first prince pointed a finger at the demonic ape. The demonic ape's body was imprisoned as well. "Accept your fate. You are 1 realm apart. You will definitely die," another emptiness realm expert said indifferently. Zi Chen didn't speak. He just looked at the first prince. "Die. Your wings are mine." The first prince shouted angrily. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he mobilized the void energy around him. The void energy turned into a long spear in the emptiness realm. The first prince held the long spear in his hand and charged at Zichen as one with the spear. At this moment, Zichen was imprisoned by the emptiness rules and couldn't move. The first prince was confident that he could kill him. However, as he got closer, he saw Zichen's expression. It was a very calm expression. As he got closer, a hint of mockery slowly appeared in Zichen's eyes. His calm face also had a hint of pity. The first prince suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what the problem was. He thought that it was an illusion. Therefore, he secretly increased his strength to kill Zichen. As the long spear approached, the dense killing intent on the tip of the spear made one's heart tremble. Zichen's body suddenly began to glow. The destruction rules appeared. Bang! Under the destruction rules, the void energy around Zichen was instantly shattered. Zichen raised his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber was as black as ink. Some flame patterns were engraved on the surface of the saber. Then, Zichen raised the saber. The flame patterns began to glow. A hint of golden light appeared on the surface of the pitch-black long saber. Then, Zichen raised the saber. He swung the saber and slashed down. Swoosh! The long saber slashed down. The surrounding void energy was instantly shattered. At the same time, a saber light like a waterfall met the incoming long spear. Bang! There was another loud sound. The long spear shattered. The saber light continued to move forward and hit the first prince's chest. The first prince screamed in pain. His body flew backward. Chapter 1190. After the first prince attacked, the three shadow demons looked at Zichen with ridicule. There was a difference of 1 level between them. In their eyes, the human Zichen would definitely die. They were waiting to see Zichen die, but obviously they were disappointed. Zichen only moved slightly, and the void law that imprisoned him was broken. They were very surprised and shocked. Then, Zichen took out a long blade and slashed. The spear formed by the void law shattered, and the first prince was sent flying. This happened so quickly that the three of them didn't have time to react. The void law vibrated in the void realm, and the first prince, who was sent flying, rose into the air again. At this moment, there was a long wound on his chest, and dark red blood was spurting out from the wound. The first prince looked at Zichen from afar, and his face was full of shock. Difference. He felt the difference between the two of them from the previous attack. The difference was even greater than before he broke through. Zichen was only at the Earth Prime realm, but the density and purity of his origin energy was even greater than that of the first prince, who was at the Void realm. In addition, the law that Zichen comprehended was a very strange power that seemed to be able to restrain his power. The high-level void law flowed on the surface of his body, expelling the void law from his wound, but the effect wasn't ideal. Seeing this, the second void realm expert's expression became serious. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the first prince. Then he activated his void realm law to heal the first prince. Zichen stood in the distance with his blade. He glanced at the two Earth Prime realm experts and said indifferently, "These two aren't of much use. Kill them." After Zichen finished speaking, the devil ape turned into a ray of black light and rushed forward. As a member of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline, the devil ape was extremely powerful in terms of speed and combat power. It was also considered a high-level life form in the Darkness continent. As it rushed forward, the devil ape held the black rod in its right hand and grabbed at the two demons with its left hand. Just like how the first prince dealt with the two demons, streaks of black energy appeared in the sky. These energies were like a large net of laws, instantly enveloping the two demons. This was a unique ability of the devil ape lineage. The power of the two devils began to recede like a tide. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. In the next moment, the pitch-black shadow of the staff enlarged in front of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions resounded in the sky. The two powerful Earth Prime stage cultivators were killed by the demonic ape's black stick before they could even react. The sky-splitting battle ape had disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Therefore, in the Darkness continent, there were no records of the sky-splitting battle ape's combat strength. With the help of the Emptiness Realm expert, the first prince's injuries quickly recovered. However, in this short period of time, the Devil Ape had killed 2 Earth Prime experts and returned in a flash. At the same time, he took the opportunity to not only collect the 2 corpses, but also the corpse of the third prince. The first prince and the Emptiness Realm expert beside him were furious. The killing intent in their eyes became even stronger. "Your Highness, let's use the Emptiness Realm to suppress Zichin. As for the sky-splitting battle ape, it seems like it has no intention of interfering. Let's kill Zichin first," the Emptiness Realm expert said with the use of the sound transmission technique. The first prince replied, "Okay, let's end this quickly." Another Emptiness Realm opened up. The 2 types of emptiness space overlapped with each other. 2 types of emptiness law descended and pressed down on Zichin. With the 2 of them working together, Zichin could clearly feel the immense pressure. His movements became sluggish. However, his expression remained calm. The 2 of them used the Emptiness Realm to suppress Zichin. After making Zichin unable to move, they charged toward Zichin at the same time and launched powerful attacks. Zichin held the long saber in his hand and looked at the 2 of them. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Destruction Law appeared around him again. When the Emptiness Law came into contact with the Destruction Law, it instantly shattered. Zichin instantly regained his freedom. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor came from the Emptiness Realm. A loud and clear sound of a sword rang out. A huge sword steel appeared before the first prince. The sword steel was as big as a mountain. The Destruction Law flowed on the surface of the sword steel. It blocked the first prince like a wall. Clang! The Emptiness Law transformed into a long spear and stabbed the sword steel fiercely. A sonorous sound erupted. The sword steel shone with golden light. Every ray of golden light was a ray of sword chi. These sword chi worked together with the Destruction Law and dissolved the Emptiness Law. As the 2 types of energy were in a stalemate, the sky trembled continuously. In the end, the sword steel was no match for the first prince and was sent flying. However, the powerful force contained in the first prince's attack was also dissolved by the sword steel. After sending the sword steel flying with 1 strike, before the first prince could make a second strike, Zichin had already made his move. He held his saber and slashed forward. The saber light lit up again like a waterfall. The saber light was dazzling. It slashed toward the Emptiness Realm expert in front of him. The saber light flashed and disappeared. After the saber light disappeared, a tremor came from the Emptiness Realm. After the tremor, the 2 Emptiness Realms trembled. After a while, only one of the 2 Emptiness Realms was left. Such an unforeseen event caused the first prince, who had just sent the sword steel flying, to be surprised. He turned his head and glanced to the side. In an instant, the surprise on his face turned into horror. He saw that the Emptiness Realm expert, who had just joined forces with him, was now a headless corpse. Before the head fell, the corpse had already fallen to the ground. A powerful Emptiness Realm expert was killed with a single strike. Zichin killed an enemy above his level. The original guess of the Earth Prime forces in the Tianwu continent had become a reality today. "Mr. Zun!" The first prince shouted loudly. His expression was full of horror. It should be known that Mr. Zun had stepped into the Emptiness Realm for thousands of years. He was extremely powerful. Among the shadow demons, he was also extremely famous. However, today he was killed by an Earth Prime expert with a single strike. Naturally, this was not because Mr. Zun was weak. It was because the opponent was too strong. The first prince had never seen an expert before. He was shocked and frightened. Hence, he decided to run away. However, it was too late. Swoosh! At this moment, Zi-Chun turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the first prince. On his back, the thunder wings vibrated. His speed was even faster than before. The first prince, who was shocked, wanted to run away. However, it was too late. Zi-Chun flashed in front of him and slashed with his saber again. The saber light flashed once again from the emptiness realm, slash after slash. Each slash landed on the first prince's body. Outside the emptiness realm, many demonic beasts only felt a powerful aura appear. Then the emptiness realm was isolated. They could not see what was happening inside. However, in less than a moment, there was a loud bang. The emptiness realm suddenly exploded. The figures that had just disappeared appeared again. However, this time there were only 3 people left in the emptiness realm. 2 of them belonged to the human side. The last one was the first prince of the shadow demons. At this moment, there were several wounds on the first prince's body. Each wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out from the wounds and splattered on the ground. The emptiness realm was broken. The first prince appeared. His face was still full of shock and fear. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Zi-Chun. However, he only said one word before he lost all his strength. His body fell to the ground. The long saber in Zi-Chun's hand disappeared. Then he pointed at the first prince. The first prince's body was wrapped in energy and flew up again. He flew in front of Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun pointed at the first prince again. The black wings on the first prince's body separated from his body and were caught by Zi-Chun. As for the corpse, like the previous emptiness realm expert, Zi-Chun stored it in the Wuji pill cauldron. Zi-Chun held the thunder wings with one hand and released his spiritual sense. After a while, Zi-Chun sighed. "What's wrong?" Beside him, the devil ape asked. Just as the first prince said, the thunder wings have existed in the demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, who knows how many masters it has had? The lightning power in it has been suppressed by the demon chi. "I'm afraid it won't be able to exert its power in a short time," Zi-Chun said. "Then what should we do?" the devil ape asked again. "The most important thing now should be to dispel the demon chi in it," Zi-Chun said. The devil ape nodded. "All right, I'll hurry on my way. You dispel the demon chi and refine the thunder wings." "That's good too. The 4 thunder wings have extraordinary speed. As the treasure of the lightning clan, the 6 thunder wings should be even stronger. It's a pity that I didn't bring the ancient time castle. Otherwise, I would have been able to refine it quickly." After saying that, Zi-Chun transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared. He had entered the purple gold gourd. The devil ape would travel alone for the rest of the journey. Their whereabouts were constantly being monitored, so there was no point in hiding. Relying on the memories of the original demon clan members, the devil ape advanced in a straight line. In just a few days, news of the 3 princes of the shadow demon clan had been killed spread. That was especially true of the shadow demon clan's first prince. He had broken through in the middle of the battle, and there was also Mr. Zun. For a time, the powers of the darkness continent that hadn't gone to the Tianwu continent were all paying attention to Zi-Chun. It was just as Zi-Chun had expected. After displaying his great power, whoever wanted to kill him would have to carefully consider the gains and losses, especially when 2 emptiness realm experts couldn't kill a single human. Zi-Chun's power made them even more fearful. At this moment, everyone had no choice but to believe that Zi-Chun was the #1 expert of the Earth primal realm in the Tianwu continent. The devil ape's following journey was very smooth. Although the shadow demons were furious, they were unable to chase after the devil ape to the Flame Demon Clan's territory. In the Flame Demon Clan's territory, the devil ape had only encountered one battle. It had coincidentally encountered an emptiness realm expert who had fought fiercely with the devil ape. Relying on many divine abilities and the black rod, the devil ape had been able to kill the emptiness realm expert. There were people who had personally witnessed this battle. Therefore, when the news spread again, it caused an uproar. The heaven-splitting battle ape that had disappeared for more than 100,000 years had reappeared. Its power was actually able to kill enemies that were stronger than it was. Furthermore, there was also Zichin, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him, and the devil ape, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him. When the two of them joined forces, they intimidated many members of the royal family. As a result, the devil ape's following journey became a truly smooth road. During this time, not a single person came to cause trouble. 2 months passed quickly. The devil ape successfully reached its destination. The attention of many members of the royal family had been on the devil ape. When they saw that the devil ape had reached its destination, they also moved. Chapter 1191. The Heavenly Stream, Mountain Range. This was the birthplace of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. It was also their former base. However, over 100,000 years ago, the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline had followed the other devil races into the Martial Heaven continent, sealing this place. Other than the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline, no one else, no matter how strong they were, was able to break this seal. Back then, many royal races had coveted the things left behind by the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. Regretfully, no one had been able to break through the seal. As time passed, this place became an uninhabited region. But today, there were many Earth Yuan experts gathered outside the Heavenly Stream mountain range. They came from the various royal races of the Darkness continent. The Power Devil race, the Shadow Devil race, the Winged Devil race, the Flame Devil race, and other royal races. There were many princes here. They were all gathered around one person. That person was the center of attention. Moat, I heard that you've already conquered many regions in the human world. They're much larger than the Power Devil race's current base, said one of the princes who had never been to the Martial Heaven continent. Moat was a prince of the Power Devil race. He had stayed in the Martial Heaven continent for a long time. He was Emo Siuen's older brother, as well as the prince who had his spirit ring stolen by Zichin in the Holy Burial Ground. He had also fought against the Everlasting Sect for 1,000 years. Other than the prince who had spoken, the other princes all looked at Moat. He smiled modestly. I've conquered some regions, but they're not worth mentioning. The spiritual chi here is too little. It's fine as long as there aren't any storms. Speaking of which, how big is the region you've conquered? Asked another prince. Moat shook his head. It's not that big, not counting those independent minor worlds. It should be around 40 to 50 regions. What, 40 to 50? And that's not counting the minor worlds? Everyone was startled. There were no minor worlds in the Darkness continent. Moat rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, no matter how you look at it, there should be at least a few hundred power magic regions. The princes were stunned. Lord Devil swept a glance at everyone, and the smugness in his eyes was obvious. He waved his hand and said, this is nothing. Recently, I've taken a fancy to a piece of land. The density of spiritual energy, there's second only to the Darkness continent. Therefore, I've decided to find some time to conquer it. There's such a place in the human world. A prince asked in surprise. Of course, that's where the saints were buried during the war with the demon clan. Not only is the heaven and earth spirit chi rich, but there are also hundreds of spacious, small worlds. The total area is probably comparable to thousands of power demon regions. The crowd, who were already extremely shocked, was obviously stunned again. Are there any experts overseeing that area? Moat said disdainfully. If Earth Prime is considered a strong warrior, then there are a few. But the strongest is only Earth Prime. There are no ethereal stage warriors. The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is there such a good thing? Then doesn't that mean as long as we find a corporeal expert, we'll be able to conquer that region? Lord Devil's mouth twitched, and then he nodded awkwardly. That's true. However, I don't want to use any experts for now. I want to rely on my own power to conquer that region. This can also count as training. Everyone's gazes towards Moat were filled with admiration. But only Lord Devil knew that this wasn't training. It was just that they didn't dare to use any experts that exceeded their power level. This matter had started when the Demon Clan had first invaded the Martial Heaven continent. At that time, the Demon Clan had relied on their powerful experts to easily slaughter human cultivators, conquering one region after another. But very quickly, an expert from the human race had appeared. With just a slap, he had killed the Demon Clan's experts who had been wantonly slaughtering the Demon Clan. That scene could be said to have shocked everyone present. When the human experts' cold gaze swept over them, the Demon Clan's experts all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They had been terrified, thinking that this human expert would also kill them. But unexpectedly, he had only snorted coldly and turned to leave. Humans were very selfish, especially those experts, but they also had things that they had to uphold. When that human expert had left, he had also killed the Demon Clan's experts who had attacked, those who hadn't stayed alive. Thus, from that day onwards, the battle had always been under control. The experts were in charge of intimidating others, while the others were in charge of fighting. Right, Lord Devil, did you specially rush back from the human world because of Zichen or because of the Sky-Split Battle Ape? Asked one of the princes. Lord Devil paused for a moment. Both. Just who is Zichen? He actually made you make a trip back, and you even brought a corporeal realm expert with you. The corporeal realm was the strongest expert in this world. There were only a few people at this level who were still in the Darkness continent. Even within each royal family, there were only 1 or 2 corporeal realm experts. They never personally fought. Most of the time, they acted as a trump card to intimidate others. Lord Devil glanced at the Shadow Devil's people. This person is very strong, extremely strong. He is the strongest human expert in the Earth Yuan realm. Hearing this evaluation, the other princes burst into laughter. However, the shadow demons had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because they had used the lives of 3 princes and 1 emptiness realm expert to prove how powerful Zichen was. Lord Devil's expression was stern. He is very strong. That's publicly acknowledged in the Martial Heaven continent. This time he came to the Darkness continent because I felt like it was an opportunity to kill him. That's why I had my sister send the news back. Furthermore, I personally rushed back. But I didn't think there would still be people who didn't believe me. Back when Zichen was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. What? Everyone's expressions changed. The difference between the mortal and Earth Yuan realms was like heaven and earth. One understood the laws, while the other was still a human. But how could the latter kill the former? He has the human race's strongest physique, the perfect body. He has 3 pages of the heavenly book. His essence, chi, and spirit are all in a perfect state. He doesn't have any weaknesses. When he was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. Furthermore, he was able to kill them instantly. When he underwent his Earth Yuan lightning tribulation, he comprehended dozens of laws. He experienced hundreds of lightning tribulations, including the laws of nature, the laws of good and evil, the laws of life, and so on. Every time Moat said something, everyone's eyes would widen and their expressions would become more and more shocked. In the end, they were so shocked that their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. That was because they weren't sure if Lord Devil was talking about the same person. In the Martial Heaven continent, there are too many factions that want to kill him. However, no one has been able to kill him. No one has had a chance. Furthermore, those who have opposed him have never had a good ending. This time, he came to this world with great difficulty. This is our only chance to kill him. Do you think such a person should be killed? Lord Devil looked at everyone. Yes, he really should be killed. This person is too powerful. He will definitely become a famous existence in the future. He will be a huge threat to our demon race's invasion of the human world. He should be killed. I haven't seen the heavenly book of a human yet. Let's kill him and take it out." The princes instantly united. However, after learning about Zi-Chen's legends, they no longer dared to hope that they could kill him. Instead, they placed all their hopes on the Void Realm and Corporeal Realm experts. Only the Shadow Devils didn't feel good about this. If they had known that Zi-Chen was so powerful, their princes definitely wouldn't have rashly attacked him. Then they wouldn't have died. "All right, since everyone agrees, listen to my orders. When I tell you to attack, you can attack," said Lord Devil. "Why, aren't we going to kill him as soon as he arrives?" Lord Devil shook his head. "There's no rush. Let the heaven-rending battle apes enter the heavenly stream mountain range first. This time not only will I kill Zi-Chen, but I will also take the things left behind by the heaven-rending battle apes." Lord Devil's plan was very good. Everyone happily agreed. Next, they hid in the darkness, waiting for the devil ape to arrive. There was no danger on the way, let alone Zi-Chen. Even the devil ape didn't believe that the two of them would be spared. So when they approached the Heavenly Stream mountain range, the devil ape was very careful. At the same time, because of Zi-Chen's warning, it deliberately slowed down, stopping outside the Heavenly Stream mountain range for a while. In the space where the purple gold gourd was, Zi-Chen sat cross-legged, golden and silver elemental lightning flickering around his body. On his back there were originally 4 wings, but now there were 6. However, 2 of the wings were black and contained an extremely dense demonic aura. Zi-Chen had spent several months, but he still hadn't been able to completely expel the demonic qi. That was because there was simply too much demonic qi. Moreover, after more than 100,000 years of corrosion, the lightning wings had almost completely changed. If Zi-Chen had been any later, the lightning wings would have really turned into demonic wings. While Zi-Chen was using his own energy to expel the demonic qi from the lightning wings, he was also using the lightning from the other 4 wings to expel and fuse with the lightning wings. After 2 months, he finally saw results. One day, the lightning wings on Zi-Chen's back suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After 2 months of refinement, the lightning wings had finally fused. After the fusion, the lightning wings emitted a powerful aura. As the 6 wings on Zi-Chen's back flapped, an indescribable energy appeared, enveloping an area of 1,000 li. The energy instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 li, forming an indescribable space. After seeing this space, Zi-Chen was stunned. This is the mirage. Zi-Chen calmed his heart and sensed this space. Then his astonishment slowly turned into disbelief, and finally into ecstasy. This was the mirage, the real mirage. The 6 wings supported Zi-Chen's mirage. At this moment, Zi-Chen was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert, possessing an extraordinary mirage. As the lightning wings flapped and contracted, the mirage appeared and disappeared. In the mirage, there was a surge of emptiness energy. This emptiness energy was created by the 6 wings, but at the same time, Zi-Chen could also make Zi-Chen use it. With the help of the 6 wings, Zi-Chen was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert.